Welcome to Gen X Adulting, and today we have Greg with us. Welcome, Greg.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
We're thrilled to have you. Our first question is always, what year were you born?
76.
Okay, so you're Gen X. Yeah, and you're not young Gen X, but you're getting there.
Yeah, I think so.
You're edging towards the end, but you're still hardcore in that generation.
Yeah, I would say so. I think I've felt a little bit on that. Like, do I connect with
Yeah,
certain side of the Gen X? So
I think 76 is legit.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I think that's like they can still. Your childhood was probably still very Gen X childhood.
yeah, I would think so.
So where were you born?
Miami, Florida.
Okay, and were your parents from there?
My dad is from Miami, Florida. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm second generation native.
Okay, so
Rare.
Very rare.
Yeah, you're like a real Floridian,
I'm
a
a real
real
Floridian.
guy from
Yeah.
Miami. So what about his parents? Where did they come from?
New York.
Okay.
And then my great grandfather, I believe, is from Italy. I
Okay,
think that's the connection.
so your dad's Italian?
Italian.
100?
Yeah, dad's 100.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so they came over from Italy,
Yeah.
and then they were in New York, his parents, and then came down to Miami. Do you know why they came down to Miami?
My guess is work. I think work.
Okay.
But other than that, I don't really know a lot. My grandfather passed a couple months before I was born.
Do you know what your grandfather did that would have brought him down here?
I think it was like steel and stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then your mom, where's she from?
My mom's from Short Hills, New Jersey.
Oh,
Oh.
okay. I know where that is.
Yeah, the mall.
The mall.
Yeah.
New Jersey Sloppy Joe, Milburn Deli.
Yeah, everyone knows the Milburn Deli.
So good.
Yeah.
When we lived there, the Short Hills was like the fancy mall we'd go to sometimes. So, okay, so she's from New Jersey. How did they meet?
They met in Columbia at school.
Okay, so they both went to
They
Columbia?
both went to Columbia.
Okay,
Yeah.
and so they're college sweethearts.
Yeah. I guess they
Yeah.
are. Yeah. It was my dad's second. My dad went to Cornell.
Okay.
And bright guy, but then got kicked out like in his freshman year. I guess he didn't study or apply himself very much. He played football. Played like
Interesting.
like little. They had two types of football, like under 160 pounds or something like that. So,
No kidding.
yeah, and then he came back home, and and then back to Columbia, and that's how they met.
So he left Cornell because he wasn't focusing and locking in basically, and then he came back to Miami, but he was still able to get into Columbia.
Well, so yeah,
That's impressive.
yeah.
A smart guy.
Smart
I
guy.
know,
Yeah.
but to
Yeah, my dad was real bright.
Yeah, no
But
kidding.
my mom's real bright too. Actually, I think my mom's smarter than my dad.
What did they get their degrees in?
So my mom's a dental hygienist.
Okay.
She went from there to Penn
Okay.
and finished and got her dental hygienist there too. So, yeah, and then my dad, I think my dad was general business, and then he actually spent a little time at FSU too, and then taught himself how to be a CPA and became an accountant, and then hated it and became a life insurance salesman.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Isn't that
so,
funny?
Yeah, it is
Like
funny.
hated it. Like just couldn't stand the boringness of it.
Yeah.
so they met at Columbia, but then your mom went to Penn and he went to FSU, but they stayed together?
Yes. Well, so this is where it's blurry for me. And like,
Okay.
this is funny because I should know these things, but I always, my dad passed when I was 25. So
Mm.
I don't think I cared. That's not
Yeah.
the right word,
No,
but like,
no,
like,
yeah.
it just wasn't as relevant to me as it is now.
Yeah.
And it's funny thinking about this. I was like, I should probably talk to my mom and really map that out more clearly.
That's in because
my
it's
dad's
interesting.
journey. Because I think, I was trying to figure it out. And
Okay, but they obviously stayed together, even going to separate schools.
yes.
They did long distance.
Yes.
And then he ended up back in Miami. And then when she graduated Penn, she probably met him down there, I would think,
She's gonna be
right?
so mad at me. Okay, so if I really think the actual way it worked was he goes Cornell back here, military.
Oh,
Yes.
What-
So he was a Marine.
okay.
Yeah, because like they were a hardcore family. So if he got kicked out, he actually went to a boys' boarding school in high school too. So my
Mm.
dad, like me, heavy ADD, very spazzy.
Okay.
They sent him to boarding school for high school, a place called Middlesex in Massachusetts.
Okay.
And so then this is where it gets fuzzy. Cornell, back home, military, I think FSU, then Columbia, because I think in Columbia they met, got married, and came here. So my mom actually could be Penn Columbia.
Okay,
here.
that makes more sense.
And that might make more sense. Penn
Okay.
Columbia here, she's gonna be so mad.
Yeah. Okay. So the military. How long was he in the military?
4 years.
Did he serve?
He served. Yeah. He did languages, and he was in San Diego.
Languages meaning
translating.
For what languages?
Well, that's a great question. Never got into it.
Okay.
Never talked about it.
But probably like, I would think Italian, right?
Actually, my dad was really good at Spanish.
Okay.
And he did just a lot of translation type stuff, but never really got into what he did.
And he was where in California, you said?
Yeah.
That is really interesting. And what years would that have been, do you think?
No clue.
But that would have been like, if you were born in 76, that would have been the 60s.
For sure.
Yeah.
Well, was he in Vietnam?
Yeah,
okay.
So he served during Vietnam, but never served.
He never went over there.
Yeah.
Okay, so he served during Vietnam, but it was in California translating.
Probably like semi-intel stuff, right?
Yeah, and got really lucky,
very lucky,
to not have to.
It is so interesting. Yeah. Wow, that is really interesting. Okay, and then he went to Columbia. Your mom probably went to Penn. That makes sense. And then to Columbia.
Yeah.
And then did they get married before they graduate? Do you know?
No, they got married down here.
Okay, so then they go down.
They got married up there, but they moved down here.
Okay,
yeah.
So they get married up there. They moved down to Miami. And was his parents still here in Miami when they moved
in Miami Shores?
Okay, and then her parents though were still in Jersey, right? Your other set of grandparents.
Yeah, still in Short Hills. They had that home until my grandmother passed.
Okay, and were there uncles, cousins, aunts for you?
She has 2 brothers.
Okay,
2 younger. She's the oldest, and then she had a Jimmy and Doug.
Mm-hmm.
My dad is the youngest of 4 total.
Mm-hmm.
1 older, lived here in Boca. Older brother, then older sister, then older brother, then him.
So he's the baby.
He's the baby.
And then were there aunts and uncles and cousins that for you that you grew up around in Miami?
It's funny. My Uncle Tony, his family was probably the closest. We were probably closest to them because that's on my dad's side, because it felt like Boca to Miami Shores was,
like
100 miles away, right? Like back then it felt, oh my goodness, where are we going? Why are we in a car for this long?
Yeah.
But we would get together, but the age difference between my, the oldest and the youngest in that family was significant.
Right. That makes sense.
But I'm close to Uncle Tony's daughters now.
That's cool.
And those families. Yeah, they're great.
That's cool.
They're so
cool.
great.
So your parents are married. Your dad, you said, was an accountant for a while.
Yeah, KPMG and Pete Morwick, like before all that happened, and then was like, this is terrible, and became like at that point life insurance, and then a financial planner.
Okay, and your mom was a dental hygienist.
Mom was a dental hygienist for a while until she was like, I don't love this at all. Which is right. This is really interesting. And then she at night studied to become like a librarian or teacher, and then she ended up being the media specialist for Killian High School.
Okay.
And then schools up in the Pasco County area.
Nice.
Yeah, cool.
Now, when were you? Do you have siblings?
Yeah, I have an older brother and a younger brother.
Okay, so there's 3 boys.
Yeah.
Did they start their family pretty quickly after moving down here?
That's an excellent question. I don't. I think it was 4 or 5 years before.
Okay.
Before my older brother was born.
That's kind of unusual for back then.
Yeah.
That's.
Yeah, I think my mom was like 30 when I was born, which makes Morgan like 20 or 27 and a half ish.
Okay. So she worked for a while, and before she had you guys, once she, had your older brother, do you know if she was a stay-at-home mom for a while?
No, she worked.
So she worked.
Yeah.
Well, so did you guys, so she worked when you guys were little, elementary school, middle school, all of that. Did you guys go to daycare?
Yeah. And there was a couple of like church like schools and things like that we would go to.
Okay.
In the local area. I remember, it's all really fuzzy, candidly. It's kind of weird. Because so I was 8 and they got divorced.
Okay.
My dad really struggled as an accountant. He just kind of like, I didn't want to do this anymore. And he knew he didn't want to do it, but he really struggled to like leave that and go be a financial or planners or life insurance guy. And I think that wrecked his ego, the struggle.
Okay.
The inability to provide, the struggle. And I think like, and I look back and I think that resulted, it might have sweetheart of a guy, but, but I think that ended up like, he was like tough into the family unit, or at least with my mom, like, you know what I mean? Like there's conflict there, but I think that conflict was like, because he was having struggles dealing with his change.
He was kind of in limbo.
Yeah.
And there were no
unsettled.
It's not like you talked about things back then. I would assume.
Yeah,
not
no
his,
help.
Yeah, there was no one to consult with.
Oh well, no, mental health was a bad word. You don't talk about none of that. He could have had some depression going on.
Totally, and he's a big ADD guy. You know, me. Yeah. All three of us are ADD, ADHD, if you will. So we're and yeah, there's not a lot of help. There was a lot of Ritalin. Take it.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
No one. Well, was he on meds for his ADD?
I don't think so. More my brothers.
I feel like that was pre.
There was nothing there.
Yeah. So he's kind of stuck, and that'll come out in different ways. Yeah. And before he could make his shift, it sounds like there was a breakdown within the marriage, and that makes sense. And because now you can talk about all these things so easily, but back then, and I think also he was Italian, right? And you probably need to be the man and not talk about your feelings and all that. So that probably all went into play. So, because it's unusual too back then, during the 70s, women did work, obviously, and I know that, but it really wasn't prevalent. It was just starting in the 70s. And so to have your mom be working then wasn't necessarily usual. My mom did end up working because she was a single mom. And I think that was more normal, but to have a woman married and still be working full time, that wasn't totally the norm.
She had a tough mom, an independent mom as well. So even though in New Jersey, my grandfather was the town dentist, he was the Short-Hilled dentist, and James Cochran, and it was interesting because she was, I think, a flight attendant. My grandma, right? But like, anyway, it was just like she was a worker versus not stay at home per se, right?
Yeah.
And my mom going to college and two good colleges and those things that was always pushed. Like my mom's tough cookie, man. Jeez.
So that really started with your grandmother then.
Yeah.
You think that, and she was that 100%. Example. And I would love to know where your grandmother got it from, because it started somewhere, and it wasn't the norm. It wasn't. So somewhere along the line, your grandmother made that decision.
Right.
Was your grandmother first generation here, or were her parents? Because I think you said your dad's family was first generation, right?
No, my dad's let's say my dad's grandfather was first generation. Yeah. So his father was born here in the States.
Okay.
Yeah. They were tougher. I think that side of the family was tougher. My mom's mom, my grandma, was Swedish. Yeah, I don't know. It's really.
It could be that.
It could be that too. Yeah. No, I
Swedes
think that's
are hardworking people.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it could be that too. No, I think that's really fascinating. Okay, so when you were in elementary school, so that's when the divorce happened.
Yeah, I was 8.
You were 8, so that's like what, 3rd grade? I think that's 3rd grade.
Second, third grade.
Third grade. And so your older brother would have been how old?
10 to 10 and a half.
And then your younger brother, what, kindergarten?
5.
Okay. So there's 3 in elementary school.
Yeah.
And now they're going to get divorced, which again was still not very common back then at all. That would have been what, like you were born in 76. That's the early 80s. It was just starting, that whole divorce thing. Do you have memories from that period, or anything that stands out during the divorce, or how it affected your family?
Sure. There, a couple of fights we observed that we didn't, weren't great. The way they told us was real tough. They were in the middle of a really big fight. We had this cool house in Miami Shores. It was funny. It's funny. They bought this house 3 months before I was born and sold it. And I moved out after I graduated high school. So I lived in the same home for all 18 years.
That's really awesome.
Isn't that nuts?
That's cool.
Yeah. So it was funny. I was listening to a song on the way here, and it was about going back to your old home. You're not allowed to go in, but and I remember we had this playroom downstairs, and the kitchen was upstairs. The bedrooms and the playroom were downstairs. The kitchen, living room, and all the living space was upstairs. And they had this big fight in their bedroom. And they came out into the playroom and they're like, "Boys, we're getting a divorce." But it was just violent. I remember it being violent.
So it was after,
yelling, screaming.
Yeah, their energy, everything.
Yeah, the
they were coming right off a fight, and they told you guys. And was that a shock?
Yeah, yeah.
For all you guys, it was.
Yeah, for sure.
And then, so your mom, and the three of you got to stay in the house, I assume,
Yeah.
And then your dad moved out.
Yeah.
And then, was it the type of custody situation where you'd see your dad like every other weekend?
Yeah, like Tuesdays. Tuesdays, and then on the weekends.
Okay.
Like and then it was interesting because he would take one of us.
Oh, interesting.
On certain, so my dad and I would, it was my Wednesday, and or Thursday. It was Thursday because Cheers. We would sit and watch Cheers.
Oh, okay. I remember Cheers.
Remember he had this apartment, this apartment behind a Wendy's at near downtown. It's all beautiful condos now, right? But yeah, and we would sit there, and it was great. Like it was sketch getting it, like walking up to it, and then we would sit there and we watched Cheers, and we watched Growing Pains, and we watched, those were the fun memories,
What an interesting way to approach that. I mean, that is really cool, actually. So was it the weekday he would do one-on-one, and then the weekends take all three of you?
Yeah.
That's so smart, because it allowed him to really have that quality time with each of you and create that bond in a way. And then you still had that time together. But also, what a difference, you're coming from this wonderful home with your mom and then going to this different environment in your dad's apartment. So that it's like two different worlds.
Yeah. So I think my dad was struggling to figure it out. And I think my mom was always like, you can have whatever you want days wise. And it was hard for him.
Yeah.
A lot of our time spent together was like, let's just go to the mall.
Yeah.
He didn't really know how to spend time with us.
Yeah.
I've got a lot of shirts that, that you like making them all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That right? Like the little tchotchkes.
Oh my gosh, I remember
right?
that.
Remember that? Like the little like puffy, felty things that they would just iron on right in front of you.
Yes.
Like I had one that said El Gato because my dad used to call him El Gato. Like run around and called himself El Gato. So that's what he had one like that. And then he loved to sail, and he had the sailboat, and he had this line. The line was, "Only admirals or assholes sit in the stairwell," which is where I stood all the time, which is why I heard that. So one Christmas I get a shirt ironed on, whatever, said Admiral.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So that's like a core memory.
That's core memory for sure.
Yeah. Do you still have the shirts?
I don't have that one. I've got a few from growing up.
Some of them, though?
I actually I have his polo.
Oh, okay.
That's probably the one thing I have.
Yeah. That's cool. I can totally picture what you're saying. Like I can picture them all, and I can
the Omni Mall in downtown Miami, which is, I don't think it's still there, but yeah.
So
and there was like a merry-go-round, and it was like clockwork. You'd go there and eat, play. It was almost like you weren't even, we overwhelmed him.
Yeah.
He just didn't know what to do with
Three
us.
boys.
Yeah.
Three boys, all spazzy as heck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
did you get to the point where you look forward to that? Like, all right, I'm going to see Dad. We're going to the mall, and I'm getting a shirt.
I liked the one-on-ones.
Yeah. Just to be with them.
Yeah.
100%.
You know what's cool though is like I played a lot of sports. He showed up at every game.
That's what I was going to ask you. That was my next question.
He was present. I think the parenting part was hard for him.
Yeah.
Like our relationships became unbelievable, and he was my best friend as soon as we could have a beer together.
Yeah. That makes
everything
sense.
changed. Everything changed. I think when I went to college, it was too bad, right? Like you listen to those Cat Stevens type songs.
Yes.
And like, man.
And then he passed away when you were 25. So you were just finding your groove with him.
Yeah.
No, that
sucks.
Yeah.
So in elementary school, you mentioned sports. In elementary school, did you do sports through elementary school, middle school, that time?
Yeah. So it's fair to say that, we love sports. Like all three of us really played, but I spent more of my time at the fields, and those guys, like I have, let's say, the father figures in my life were coaches along the way. And I really believe that each one of them played roles in my life in different ways. Maybe not all of them, but I could name certain coaches along the way that just had a massive impact on my life.
That's cool.
That's right. And I would live at the field house. Miami Shores is a really cool town that way.
Was it baseball?
Baseball up until the day it turned into soccer until the day so it was how's it go? It goes football, soccer, baseball.
Okay. And that was like your year.
Like to the day it stopped, you start the next one.
Yeah.
And
I did overlaps. Like one team was finishing and I would go to another. I would do 2 practices a day.
okay.
2 different sports as they overlapped.
So you completely immerse yourself into.
Immersed.
Now, that obviously was for a love of sports.
Mhm.
Was it also, do you think, like you said, you had father figures there? Do you
I
think
think
it
so.
was a way of coping?
I think so.
Yeah.
Remember, my grandfather wasn't there either.
Yeah.
My grandfather had passed before, so I never got to meet him.
Yeah.
So there really wasn't a father figure. My dad was there, very present, but yeah, I think it's coaches.
Were you able to have more intimate conversations with your coaches than you were with your dad, meaning
No.
sharing emotions, feelings, any of that?
Nope.
So it's just more they were solid male figures
Yeah.
in your life and people you could look up to and leaders
Yeah.
for you.
Yeah,
And
I'm not
examples.
shy to tell someone what's going on in my head or, share with folks. So I always I was always kind of like reach out and whether it be school or sports or whatever, always found myself around good adults that,
Yeah.
just kind of said, hey, I'll help you out.
And then how about with your teammates? Was it like with all of your teams? Was it like a family almost?
Yeah. Yeah. So big parties and,
Yeah.
all the same guys. I'm still very close
Are
to so
you?
many of them now. Very close.
So,
So two of my best friends I've known since I was 8 and 9 years old.
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Were
That's
your
awesome.
were your sports where you kind of in football you had the same guys, then you go to soccer and you have the same guys, then you go to baseball,
Very much so.
season after season?
Yeah. That's how
Yeah.
Miami Shores is.
Yeah.
It's
Cool.
the best town.
Now,
It's the best town to grow up in.
was this rec? Would you say this is the equivalent of like rec?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And then did you do any travel? Was travel a thing there at that time?
Yeah. We did some travel. There were a couple of players that just kind of decided to focus. Those guys got put on they would go to other town, like go down to Kendall and play with some better
Mhm.
teams, soccer. And those guys really escalated. And those guys played in college. They're really good. I did more high school. From
Okay.
there. That's where my journey got more athletic.
Well,
You
I
know-
think for those of us growing up, though, travel wasn't like how it is now. It
No.
wasn't.
No.
It was like you said. It was those few kids, and now it's almost it's reversed.
It is. It still takes money. No
Totally.
matter what. Like
Yeah.
even back then, a
Yeah.
couple of my friends that got really good at soccer, like their parents were
Yeah.
able to afford them having some private lessons on the side.
Yeah.
I remember this window where I had a chance to play. I'm like a tweener birthday, and so a couple of my friends were on the older side,
Mhm.
a couple of my friends on the younger side. So I had a choice, like, do you want to play with the 12s or the 13s? I remember that being a really hard choice and going, all right, I'll play with the 12s because I had a few more friends, even though I could play with the 13s. If I would have gone to the 13s, my level would have escalated because they had a better coach and they had a
Mm.
better everything. And they really all.
When's your birthday?
February.
Okay.
Is there? Well, I know that they always are changing the birthdays,
I
and
was
they're always
August, so
restructuring.
I was a tweener too, but it was
Yeah.
August so I did the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in elementary, middle school, was it mainly sports? Were you involved in any other extracurriculars like clubs?
In
like,
elementary?
In elementary and middle school.
Elementary, middle. Theater, always.
So theater.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. So when did you get involved in theater?
Fairly young. I think my mom took me to go see Phantom of the Opera.
I love Phantom of the Opera.
Fell in love.
Love it.
It's
Brian's
very
even
first,
been.
really
in
it's
Broadway.
the very first one I've seen.
Yeah.
I saw it down in Miami. I was
Did
like,
I've
what?
seen
Okay. So this is a funny story.
Yeah.
For one of our anniversaries, we went
I
and
don't
saw
remember this.
Phantom of the Opera on Broadway. I drug him to, or dragged, whatever it is, to Phantom of the
probably
Opera.
drugged.
Yeah, maybe I drugged
Both.
and dragged.
All right.
So we go through the first half or whatever, and then there's the intermission, right? So we get the intermission starts where the lights go on,
Right.
and he gets up to leave, and I'm like leave for good. And I said, no, it's just intermission. And very loudly in his very deep voice goes, you mean there's more? And it echoed through the whole place. People turned around and looked at us. That was the only time I did that with him.
Really?
But he did see all of Phantom of the Opera. I can't believe you don't remember.
I do now that you say that.
Yeah.
But I remember I
I think you
hooked.
blocked it out.
I wasn't hooked.
No, you weren't as hooked as I was.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, so you saw Phantom of the Opera.
Yeah, my
How
mom
old were
had
you?
me in that stuff. Oh, well, actually, it was funny because I remember, I was playing football either 7th, 8th grade. I remember going from football practice to it, and I thought I was going to fall asleep. Like I was fighting it.
So that's
I was
like,
fighting, and then I was like,
yeah,
It's so amazing. I had been doing some simple church-like theater before that.
Okay.
Whatever.
Okay.
It wasn't until I got into high school that I got really immersed in it.
Okay. So what an interesting existence for you.
Oh yeah.
Because you're athletic and the jock, quote unquote.
Yeah. Captain of the football team.
Captain of the football team. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Small school. Don't get me wrong.
Okay. Okay. So you get to high school and you're doing high school sports and high school theater. Both of those things require a lot of commitment on top of academics.
Yep.
Did you work too?
No.
Okay. So that
summers, yes.
Okay.
Hardcore in the summers,
school,
but my dad kind of had that statement that it was always like, you're either going to be in school, like you're going to do these extracurriculars, or you're going to work. Those are your choices.
Yeah, well, those extracurriculars, especially doing theater and academics, would take up athletics would take up everything if you want to even try to get some sleep in there somewhere.
Yeah, no, it was crazy.
So that's my question, though, is I don't know how it was set up, but I would have pictured theater practice and athletic practice would have been around the same time after school.
It was complex, and I had some amazing teachers and coaches that worked with me.
That's amazing. That is awesome.
Yeah.
So, because was theater year round practicing?
No, it was more in some respects, but it was more play based too.
Okay.
So like the real work in theater for me, at least, was at the play. Like you could take it as a class, and so I would do that. But then also like when we were in a play, it required a lot of attention.
So what did you lean into in theater? Like, were you singing? Were you dancing? Were you like,
in high school, it was all straight plays.
Okay.
I can't sing.
Okay.
Can't. Although there's a funny story about that, but I can't. So anyway, I did all straight plays. I really enjoyed it. I had a great teacher named Sandy Lewis, who was just absolutely spectacular woman, and she was great. Like, so I'd spend so much time. Even my senior year, she created a class for me, and called directing, and I just got to direct her. So I would go to the middle school class, and then I got to direct a middle school play, and it was just special. It was a really cool experience growing up.
That's awesome.
Around those types of teachers, and they hooked me up. So
what kind of plays do you remember? What plays you did?
We did MASH, Jekyll and Hyde. Am I mixing that one up? Yeah, that one. Man, MASH was probably one of my favorites.
That's cool. That's one of Brian's favorite shows.
Is it? Yeah. Well, yeah. Doing the play was cool.
Yeah.
And just a lot of like one acts and shoebox stuff.
Very cool. And that was mainly high school.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you were the captain of the football team, the soccer team. So it sounds like you were a leader on the athletic side. Were you also a leader in the theater side too?
I don't think so. I was courageous enough to hop into whatever they wanted to hop into, but I wasn't really a leader per se. There were some people that just, you could tell, loved it. I love it.
Yeah.
But like, there's some people that just,
I have a feeling that you probably had some leadership qualities because of crossing over from sports, right?
Yeah.
And you were the captain of those teams. So then you had to have been somewhat of a novelty in some ways, in that we've got this athlete coming over to theater. That's not totally common. So you probably had a natural leadership, maybe not, I don't know, prescribed, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I've had some teachers call it that. Like at this school, I mean, there was a guidance counselor who had said, like, there were a couple of things. She was like, "You're just a natural born leader." Yeah. Remember that, and it stayed with me, core memory. Because it was weird. I was in like a lot of the honors classes, so I would spend a lot of time with really techie, nerdy guys, which was great. And I could get along with those guys. I'm fairly gregarious. I can get along with a lot of different people, and so I would hang out with them. But then I'd go to football practice and hang out with all my jock buddies. And then I'd go to theater and hang out with all the theater people. And I just think that's the way, I guess for me, that was easy, because I was like, this is great. You just, who cares? They're all different, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And each one of them has something special and fun and enjoyable. I mean, I loved my jock friends for who they were. Yeah. And I loved the theater people for who they were. And just great friends on all sides of it.
But back then, and I think I don't know about now if it's that way, and I don't know if it was like this at your school. It wasn't mine. It was very cliquey.
Yeah.
And there were groups, and it definitely would have taken a special person to float the way you did and be accepted and not ostracized by one of the groups or judged?
I think yes. And I found myself able to break through that piece of it. But I think the deep relationships were a little bit more on the sports side.
Okay.
You know, like where, so those people like, oh yeah, like, you know, he's cool. Come on in. He's fine. But then there's a gate. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
So there's the big gate, like there's the wall. Okay. And no one's allowed in, but you cross through the wall, that's okay.
Yeah.
But then there's another private room, and I wasn't invited into the private room.
Right.
I also made a choice in high school. I think because of this guidance counselor, driving me in this, which was we created an organization called Leaders Educating About Drugs, LEAD. So I ran that in high school, which is hysterically ironic because once I got out of high school, I was like, what are these things? Right?
Well,
who knew?
Besides the leadership, being inspired by the leadership aspect of it, what drew you to focus on drugs?
I think that was, I think school kind of guided that more than I was like, I'm gonna be this guy. I just think I was making teachers happy.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I really do. I think that's core to it, is like, hey, I love this teacher. Hey, they think this is great. Okay. I'll do that. And that kept me out of a couple circles.
Right.
Now,
of course,
again,
of course.
People who were still like, hey man, he's cool.
Yes.
Except we're going to close the door now.
Right.
Like the narc is here. And it wasn't a narc. Like I was like, listen, I don't care if you do it. Like I really wasn't, but it wasn't like, I don't care if you do it. Like I'm cool. It's not my thing.
Yeah.
But I didn't care if you did it. However, it was really designed, like the whole premise of the thing was just to educate better.
Yeah.
About there are dangers, right? And it wasn't this like full on Nancy Reagan, like, but it was just like, it was more just about education, which I think, when you go to a small private school, drug dealers are smart, right? They're businessmen. They know where the money is. So you actually have, I think a lot of it comes to the smaller private schools more so than
the best drugs are in all private schools. 100%.
If you're good at business, you go to where the highest paying
where
customers
the money
are.
is.
We didn't establish that. So you were in a small private high school.
Yeah, small private high school.
Was your elementary and middle schools private as well?
No, so I went to public school for elementary, and then Catholic school for 3 years.
Okay.
And then I jumped to the private school for like 7th through 12th.
And you said you got a scholarship?
Yeah, like the Presbyterian church helped out, and then there was like some scholarship money. My mom couldn't afford to send me to that, so we were able to find money through the church and through the school.
What was the motivation of wanting to go to that school?
Mom.
Did she send?
Mom's like, let's get you to the best school we can get. No, just me.
What?
What do you? Why just you? Do you know?
I don't. I don't have a clear answer on it. I just think that I think my mom knew that I would excel. You
were the overachiever out of the three.
Yeah, maybe that's the way to say it.
Were you a people pleaser?
But my younger brother, it got tricky. So Miami Shores got redistricted, and then like what happens, your choices were, so Miami Shores Elementary was great, whatever. I rode my bike to school.
That's cool.
Like, the majority of my life, right? Like ride my bike to school, stop at grandma's, Nana's on the way home, have a cookie, like do my homework. Like it was amazing. Like when you really think about it, it's super amazing. My buddy who lived 6 streets down would pick me up in his Prelude.
Prelude.
Great. I was like late every time. He's like, dude, you're killing me. He's still one of my best buds. Like these, what's so beautiful is like, I know so many people from this town who are all still really close. In fact, my wife's from the town.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I know friends whose wives are from this town.
Okay.
So like Miami Shores has that cool vibe to it.
That's cool.
Cool. Really, growing up in Miami Shores, there's like a Facebook page.
What are the demographics of Miami Shores? Is it Cuban, Italian?
For the most part, it was, primarily Irish Catholic, a lot of Irish Catholic. I think Joe Robbie, I didn't know this, but like Joe Robbie lived in Miami Shores.
Okay.
And then he helped build, when he was building Joe Robbie, like a lot of the construction guys from the town. Yeah.
Okay.
And he owned the Dolphins.
Okay.
Yeah. And so anyway, Irish Catholic there, some Italian, but definitely the Catholic Church was strong. The Catholic Church in Miami Shores is a pretty strong church.
So you said though a redistrict for your little brother.
Oh, and so what happened was like my choice was this new magnet program school, and it was tough. Like it was a rough place to go. So I think that if you really look at it, like my mom's like, okay, let's send him to the Catholic church. But see, then my parents got divorced. My dad was Catholic. My mom was Presbyterian.
Yeah.
So it was really funny. When the divorce happened, I would go to Presbyterian church on Sunday with my mom and then get in my bike, drive to the Catholic church and put an envelope with money into the giving box to prove I was there.
To tithe.
Yeah. Well, to tithe, yes, but to prove I was there.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
it was really
yeah.
It wasn't,
Yeah.
And so, and it was really funny. Like, that was my Sunday.
Were you covering for the whole family, the tithing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because my older brother went there too.
Okay.
And then he went to North Miami High. So he ended up going to the local high school.
Oh, wait, I think I know what you're saying. So you guys were going to school at the time, at Catholic school?
Yeah, that was
So we
part of the
sent
way
our kids went to Catholic school, and you have to prove you were there.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So you
at church, you mean?
you can't not go to church.
You have to. Yeah. So one way or another, you were there.
You're going to participate.
As long as there's money in that envelope and it's on time, you're golden.
You're good. So you would go to church. So you were raised Presbyterian, it sounds like.
Yeah. So I always joke, I went from religion by fear to religion by service.
Oh my gosh.
That's a terrible thing to say.
Interesting.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
So, and was that pretty much every Sunday?
Yeah.
So you would do that and then get on your bike and go take care of the Catholic church.
Yeah.
That's so interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you also got a lot of good Catholic values at school.
Of course.
Right? Because you had class.
Yeah.
And I was baptized Catholic. I was confirmed Presbyterian.
Interesting.
Yeah. Okay. So you went through the whole your first communion Catholic.
Yes.
Okay, so you were baptized Catholic, first communion Catholic, then reconciliation probably during school time. That's around the same. Yeah, you would have. If you were first communion, you went through reconciliation, confession, your first confession. He knows that.
He was testing you.
Yes, first confession. Yeah, that I did.
Yeah. There's our dogs. Everyone
that was perfect. Like that was 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Yeah, well, I see. For our kids, first communion was 2nd grade. And reconciliation was, I think, 1st grade or 3rd grade. So okay. So you did the first 3 sacraments of Catholicism: baptism, reconciliation, communion. But then for confirmation, you didn't finish it out. You went with Presbyterian, and I didn't even know they did confirmation.
I didn't either. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
that's news to me.
So what are you? Because you could, it's like you're like
guy.
A dual citizenship.
So I guess the way, what am I? I believe in God.
Yeah.
I pray.
Yeah.
I'm not a great churchgoer.
Yeah, so you have dual citizenship in 2 churches.
In religion.
Yeah, in
sure.
religion. You can you kind of dabbled in both. I think that's so fascinating. Okay, so you said you're a high achiever. It's obvious you were a high achiever. Were you also a people pleaser, would you say?
Yeah, totally.
And would you say you walked on eggshells?
No.
Okay. So you were a people pleaser, high achiever, but you weren't nervous about being like that, if that makes sense. You weren't walking on eggshells, making sure, kind of trying to read the adults before you act to kind of
every
gauge
now and
their
again,
reaction.
Every now and again, I would get careful. My mom, like 5 of my mom's good friends worked at the school.
Oh, okay.
My dad dated the dean of students. Like it. Every now and again, it's like one of my best friend Mike. He'll do this all the time. And we would be in school, and when my dad was dating the dean of students, he'd be like, "Big Joe, yeah, we can do anything." Like he took advantage of this idea that we walked on water, because he was like a 4th son to my dad, and he took advantage of the walk on water. Not that we're good kids. Like we didn't really break that many rules.
Yeah.
So we broke simple rules.
Right.
Like nothing.
Kid shit.
Yeah. And there were, in Miami Shores, there were other kids doing worse shit. So, it's easy to stay off the radar.
Well, and you weren't partying.
No. And like, even my mom was so funny. Like my mom used to have this rule in high school. She would be like, you're allowed to go out, but you got to wake me up when you come home. So I know that you were in the house before curfew. And so I would go out, and then I'd come home late, army crawl into her bedroom, set the clock back.
No way.
Totally. Wake her up. She'd look at the clock. Got it. and then
That's
army
awesome.
crawl out, and then army crawl back in and reset the clock to the right time.
Yeah.
Was this a digital or like
Yeah,
one
it's
of the
digital. Oh yeah.
Okay,
Those red
so
ones.
Yeah, the red ones. It was
Yeah.
the brown.
Yeah,
the
totally,
brown,
yeah,
right?
the
You know
wood
what I'm talking
grain
about? The
with
wood
the red.
grain. That's
Yeah, yeah.
exactly what it was.
That's
that is
hilarious.
so Gen X.
Oh, dude, it was
That is so
so
Gen
great.
X.
I remember that so much. I used to do that so often.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That really, that I love that. That's genius. Did she know that before you
No.
said it on this podcast?
Should have seen it when I've told. Yes.
Okay.
I think I've told her at a Thanksgiving dinner or something.
Okay,
Like, we've had some
okay.
fun stories over
I love
glasses
it.
of wine. Yeah.
I
she
love
loves
it.
Yeah.
Okay, so high school. So you're busy. You're busy.
Oh,
You're achieving. You're doing
being
all the
busy
things.
is great for me.
Okay.
Your world, though, it sounds like it's pretty small there.
Oh,
Right? You're doing all this stuff, but it's a small world you're living in.
Super interesting, Brian, because you're in Miami.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I had friends going down to South Beach, this and
Yeah.
that, but I was more of a homebody, and I don't know if you'd call it a homebody, but like I stayed in the shores.
Yeah.
The shores is safe to me,
Mhm.
right? I think, but I married my wife from the area. Like I do believe that one home thing. Like I've thought about this, like because you meet someone who's been in like 6 homes in their journey,
Mhm.
and they've got weird connection issues, right? Like they don't, like there's just
Yeah.
something fragile there.
Yeah.
Like I have a friend who's
Yeah.
had so many homes. Like
Yes.
it just was what it was, right? And they struggle to connect. Whereas me, I'm like, this is perfect. In fact, my neighborhood, when my wife and I were looking for the place we wanted to live, the neighborhood we found is like everyone walks their dog. Everyone is like in there riding their bike. Everybody
Mhm.
waves to each other. It's a small little microcosm of Miami Shores. And that's like, it's so hard to come by in
Yes.
Yeah.
this area of the country, South Florida.
Yeah.
Well, it's the reason we picked the neighborhood we're in.
Yeah.
People
were walking
I'm not
as I
going to say
drove
the
up.
name of the
Oh,
neighborhood
yeah.
on
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
on the
All hours of the
podcast,
day.
but this neighborhood we're in is the closest you can get to 1950s living as
Yeah.
far as walk the neighborhood any time of the day.
great.
It's very much that northeast vibe, if that northeast small town vibe,
Sure.
I guess.
Sure.
So it is hard to find down here. So it sounds like you grew up in a small town in Miami.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is
in
awesome.
a single house.
In a single house, very small town. in
And
Miami.
even though there was the chaos of a divorce, and you
Yep.
went through that typical like divorce kid, and there's shit that went with that, but you had the stability of your town, your home, your coaches, your teachers,
Yeah.
your activities. And it sounds like that helped balance out the trauma that you also would have gone through with the divorce. Because no matter what, no matter how good things are, that's still a traumatic event I'm a child of divorce. So I know what I'm talking about. I'm a child of like 3 or 4 divorces, I think. So it's wonderful you had that anchor
Yeah.
of the functionality to go with the dysfunction that would have just naturally resulted from divorce.
Yeah, and my brothers weren't as active.
Mm.
And I think it was harder on them,
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Well,
Um,
it's
And by the
harder.
way, that might have just been the way I dealt is I surround myself in groups,
yeah,
and because I've either developed that over time,
mhm.
like team sports is to me one of the most wonderful things you can do to your kids. Like team sports is great. You learn
Yeah.
so much. By the way, acting is team sports.
Absolutely.
It's incredible.
Yeah,
I mean, if you've ever sat in a green room or gone to the practices and the amount of support, practice, trial and error, things like that you need in in acting is incredible.
and trust.
Trust,
Is huge.
real trust.
Yeah, yeah,
It's funny. I talked about that today with my team. I
yeah,
used that reference.
yeah,
Acting.
yeah. Because in acting, you're also being very vulnerable.
Ugh.
And so it's different than the kind of trust on a sports team,
Mm-hmm.
because that's trust too.
Yeah.
But it's very different. So it sounds like you were insulated with these activities
Yeah, I
in
would
some
say
way.
that, right? That's why I always
Yeah.
felt like, hey, Boca Raton feels like it's 200 miles away.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't do the South Beach thing
Yeah.
that much. I really didn't. Like people are like,
Yeah.
oh, did you go to this and this? I'm like, I guess I'm kind of a dork. I didn't go to that many of those things.
And you were living a fairly responsible life for a teenager, even though you were doing the army crawl and changing the clock, but you weren't out
It's
there
still somewhat
partying. And
innocent.
yeah, you're
the,
still,
the real trouble I got
Yeah.
into was like we egged a car.
Yeah,
yeah.
Turns out it was an undercover cop car.
Yeah.
He showed up at that, like that kind of stuff. And so, we our fair share of oopses, but
yeah.
but mom never really. I don't think mom ever worried.
Yeah. That's amazing.
About me.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So I'm getting towards end of high school, were you already thinking about college and where you wanted to go?
Not where I wanted to go too much, but I was definitely thinking about college. It was kind of like I qualified for the Florida undergraduate scholars program, I think is what it was called at the time.
Yeah.
So state schools were always an option. I applied to Tulane, was the only other school. I don't even know why. Really, I've never really thought like, how did Tulane end up in my list? But at my school, they had a really good college guidance counselor who helped you through things, and maybe that's where we ended up with it. And then I got a couple letters more than anything else of like interest for college football, but I was just super burnt out. Okay? It was so weird being able to play all three sports, which is like the good and the bad. I was pretty good at all of them because I didn't focus. I wasn't great at any of them. Okay. And so I loved soccer, but you are either born with gifts in your feet or you're not.
Right.
It's just is that way. And I was pretty darn good, but not necessarily like that next level because you have to play it against people that are just different.
Yeah.
So football was what I was best at. And I often think like what would have happened if I would have gone to a small school in North Carolina on a football scholarship. But ultimately I couldn't afford Tulane. That was there was no happening. And it was like had 4 or 5 good friends all going to Florida and said, sign me up.
I have a question on this. When today kids playing sports they have to specialize down here, and it drives me crazy because they can't do the 3 sports. They can to a certain point, but then the travel teams set in.
Right.
The kids who specialize come back and just wreck everybody, and wreck. Was it like that when you were growing up? Was it specialized? Were you forced to pick something earlier? It doesn't sound like it. It sounded like you could play, but like 3 sports.
I mean, here's the reality. Like, even though I didn't specialize, I was still top 10% of my team.
Yeah.
So they were just happy. Yeah, I'm just athletic. So they were just happy to have me. Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good eye-hand coordination, fast.
Yeah.
Those types of things. And in football, I love hitting people. It was like reckless. I won't use the nickname because it'll be, whatever. But like I had a nickname like that started when I was like 7 years old and stuck with me. And like, it was just because I was a reckless,
What position did you play?
In football, I played sort of running back and receiver, and then, but I love playing more like safety and linebacker. So
I was going to say, I could picture you as a safety just coming up and popping someone.
Just mowing. Like I called, like we had me and this other guy, I called it stick 'em and pick 'em, and he would go get interceptions. And I would just wreck people.
That's hilarious.
And so I don't know why, but like growing up playing football my whole life, I had some great coaches. Like they just said, this is how you hit people. And this is, and they said, and it's safer to do it that way. And that's all I needed to know. So for me, I was always about applying the force.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like the one time I did it under 85s, we had some coaches and I hit this guy on the side and the whole place lit up. And I was like, that was the only affirmation I needed. And ever since then, it just, it was simple to me. Like that was the easy, like, let's just go hit people.
Yeah.
This is great. And I felt protected. I got pads on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what's crazy? Not one injury.
That's amazing. Not even a concussion.
Good.
Well, I don't know about that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
But we don't talk about that.
So I had my one game, I got hit in the back and then hit across the helmet and my jaw dislocated. Like this. And I'm like, I come to the sidelines and you're in a small school. We only had like 25 kids on the team. I played receiver or running back, except when the quarterback got hurt. Then I played quarterback. I played full-time defense. I kicked, punted, returned kicks, returned punts. So never once left the field. Never once.
Wow.
And so I get hit and I come to the sideline. I'm like, Coach, my jaw is hurting. And they're like, what? Here, sit down. And there was this doctor came down off the bench and he's like, let me look. And he just rammed right back into place, smacked me on my ass, and I went right back out there. Hilarious. My mom and I went like the next couple of days, like, Mom, I'm not really, it's not all together, But that was it, man. Like, Did
you ever go to a doctor and have it checked out?
We did. And they're like, oh, yeah, that seems okay. My mom was like, Janice, for God's sakes, my grandfather was a dentist.
That's awesome.
That is so Gen X too.
Oh, yeah, no one cared. Dude, get back out there.
Are you kidding? Now they call an ambulance or something.
Back then we had the smelling salts too.
Yeah,
the concussion. You're like,
I'm back in.
I can't see straight.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So okay,
for sure. And I hit I played against some guys that played on Sundays.
Yeah.
And they were just built bigger.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you could throw your body at someone and exert force until physics wins.
Yeah.
And I ran into a knee once that just was like, where am I?
Yeah.
Right now. So there's definitely a few.
I was gonna say that sounds like
a few brain cells that are no longer.
They called it you would ring your. I got my bell rung.
You got your bell
exactly.
rung. Yeah. Now it's a whole thing. Like it's totally different because our son does travel across, and even playing for the school, you have to sign all these things, and he has to watch a video about. It's totally different.
Well, they do
now.
preseason tests.
They do all
did
of
you know
it,
about that? That whole protocol for concussions.
No.
You do a test in the beginning. You answer questions, and then if you think you've got concussed, you have to answer the same questions. And if your answers deviate or the timing's off too much,
is that right?
It's pretty good actually.
That's smart.
Yeah, it's smart.
There's nothing wrong. Like I like that process.
Yeah.
No, it's good.
Data driven.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah. That's what appeals to me.
Right.
This is data driven.
Hey, data driven stuff makes me right.
Yeah.
Okay, so as far as college though, I assume because your grandmother and your mom were so progressive in that thought process, college was discussed in your home. It was assumed you were going to college.
100%.
Right? Okay, so that's cool. So and you had a great guidance counselor, which is unusual even for that time. So that's awesome.
Yeah.
But so you ended up going to UF?
Yeah.
And did your brother and little brother go to college too?
Older brother, no. He actually came up to that area and went to what is the community college? Santa Fe Community College, and then was studying to be a firefighter. That didn't work out. And then my younger brother, no. His journey was just a little different.
Yeah.
He has since, he says in St. Pete, went to St. Pete College and got a degree, but it was like it wasn't like high school and then big break.
Okay. So out of the three, you were the traditional.
I was super traditional. 4 years in and out. Bye-bye.
I wondered, it just got me thinking, is the age. And when your parents got divorced, your older brother was a little bit older.
Yeah.
Little different experience. Then you got you. And you got the younger one, little different.
Yeah.
Do you think that played in?
Totally.
Yeah.
I think about that, but so my younger brother had a weird thing because my mom was like, I don't want to send him to that school we were talking about. So she sent him to Palm Beach to live with my aunt and uncle, her aunt and uncle, actually. So that was kind of like my brother's or our great aunt and uncle.
Okay.
And they took care of him for like 2 years, and he went to school up there 2-3 years. And then, like, poor guy, man, the journey was tough. He's so resilient. He's like, he's just got this beautiful way about him, like it never, he's like, But, and then she moved like
out of the house,
and he's like for his sophomore year, he's got to move to like middle of nowhere, North Tampa, like country, fighting it.
Wow.
Fighting it, and like I think that was hard. Like,
Yeah.
really hard. You talk about like not fitting in at all.
It's different over there.
Totally.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
And they are immediately like harsh and pick on and all this. And like, anything that he would do that would have been, let's say, a cool kind of mannerism or whatever here was just crushed there. He ended up like 2 years there and then coming back to my dad. But like, I'm coming back, staying with my dad, but I'm like separated from all this because
you were in college, right?
I'm in college.
Yeah.
And the weird part is you don't have a home to go home to.
Yeah.
I don't know a soul. I'm going to like Newport Richie.
Oh,
like,
true.
Middle of nowhere, West Florida.
When did she sell? Was it your freshman year?
She sold the literally packed the car, packed the house, drive to the new home, which is because she got a job at this school system, unload the home, love you, college.
Okay.
Like days.
What a transition for you. So,
right. So I had nowhere to come home to.
But also,
and my dad had a 1-bedroom.
Yeah.
So it's not like my dad had this like 1-bedroom apartment. It was like 2 twin beds.
Well, what's so interesting about that timing
is
you had a couple things going on because graduating from high school is a big deal. and then getting ready. Did you do that thing that's Florida kids do where you go the summer session?
No.
Okay.
No.
So you had your summer to kind of enjoy work and be in Miami Shores, but knowing that you're going to be moving. So you're having a transition of leaving your childhood home, your childhood friends, everything you've known. So those are two big things. You're leaving and you're going to college.
Yeah.
And then go to the new place and then continue on to Gainesville. It's a lot going on there.
Oh, yeah.
That's a lot. And
my mom wanted us to come home and visit. You're like, there's nothing.
Well, yeah, because a lot of times also that first Thanksgiving of freshman year, when you come home, you get together with all your friends from high school.
It's all about your friends when you first come home.
Yeah.
Didn't know a soul.
So that was a blow for you. And then your little brother's going through his own thing. And I'm sure your older brother was going through his own thing. Do you think that having, because also that stability that you had insulated yourself with to help you cope with everything you'd been going through with the divorce, that was gone now? So now you have this new experience at UF. Would you say that you then created a whole insulation there with friends and
totally.
life there?
I mean, it's crazy, but 3 of my closest friends at UF were from my high school.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So like that kind of came with you.
Yeah, totally.
It kind of came with you. That comfort came with you. So did you live with them in the dorms?
I lived with, not my first semester, my second semester, I lived with one of them in the dorms. Yeah.
Oh, so you changed dorms mid-year?
No, I did. I literally moved next door. Me and my roommate.
Okay.
We didn't get along.
Weren't getting along.
It was okay. I mean, we ended up being fraternity brothers, but we still didn't get along that
so
well.
You didn't
know it wasn't a fun living situation.
Yeah. You can be friends with someone, but not be able to live with them. That's
totally.
You don't know it at the time.
You don't.
Well,
you don't.
But,
Right.
So you moved in with someone you didn't know first semester. Yeah. Didn't work out.
Next door to 3 buds from high school who did a threesome in there and then had it like a loft put in and like did some really cool thing. And then 2 of them were like, hey, one of them's dad was like, hey, I bought you a house, go there. And so they're like, later. And my one buddy's like, I can't afford, to pay rent or anything like that. So he's like, you want to move in with me? And so they had this decked out. Yeah, it was great.
That's amazing. They could leave. I know.
And that was a fun other half of the first year.
I'm sure.
Like we had a great, me and my buddy, we had a great time.
I'm sure. And the fact they could leave though, because I think at FSU, you have to live. Maybe not anymore.
No.
There used to be, well, where we went to college, you did. No. You had to live.
I think it was one semester.
Yeah.
I think that was the rule.
You had to at least do something like that. Okay, so you're at UF and second semester's looking good.
Yeah, it's enjoyable.
Yeah. And then during the holidays, you'd go home to this new town.
Yeah. Summers? Yeah.
And
holidays to the new town. I made one friend that lived generally, but it was still like 40-minute drive from my mom's. It was.
And then the summers too, or did you stay in Gainesville in the summer?
Stayed in Gainesville a few. My freshman year summer, I came down and I lived with my dad in his like tiny apartment in the middle of nowhere. And that was funny, that place. And we'd play racquetball. That was like what we'd go to the racquetball courts. We'd play a lot of racquetball. And then I'd go hang out with a bunch of buddies. We'd play poker, 3 or 4 nights a week, go out occasionally, but no one really had any money.
Yeah.
And so you're like kind of working, scraping together or what have you. But, we all came from working class families that there wasn't extra.
So you didn't work through high school because of the extracurriculars.
Right.
What was your first job?
A summer job, being a camp counselor, was my first job.
And that was in Miami Shores?
Yeah, for the church.
Okay. And then when you came back down that summer and lived with your dad, did you work then?
Yes. So I got a job at the hospital in admissions. What's funny is my senior year is the funny job. The most interesting job, I think, it was just before my senior year. Okay, so I didn't share this part. It's really interesting. So my mom, being a dental hygienist, had realized that she could, when she was a teacher, she still was a dental hygienist, and she realized she could, in the summers, go to Juneau, Alaska, and get paid a ransom to be a dental hygienist. So she left her boys.
How old were you guys?
Maybe 18, 16, and then she took the youngest.
So your little brother also went to Alaska?
Yeah.
For a summer?
Yeah. Is he the best? God, I love that.
Where did you stay then?
Can we have
at our house? She left us in the house.
That's
we threw
awesome.
parties.
A 16 and 8. So this
16
is
and 18-year-old
this
like
is your
Yeah.
sophomore. You're a sophomore.
I think it was junior and senior.
Okay.
If I try to piece it together, remember how we said I can't put
Yeah,
the
yeah,
dates
yeah,
to everything?
yeah.
It gets me mad.
But
to be honest with
16,
you.
yeah, 16 would be like beginning of junior year, February.
Yeah.
Did you stop your anti-drug crusade at that point to have the parties?
Well, let's put it this way. I was educating.
Yes.
And being educated, but I still did not smoke until I got to college.
Yeah.
Not once until I got to college. And
Yeah.
but I was surrounded by people who were like, yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And my brother liked to throw the parties.
Mm.
Back then, half the kids from Miami Shores went to one high school, the other went to the other high school. There were fights in my lawn. One of my best friends,
God.
his dad came over. He's like, oh, rah, rah, like my dad had, like it was, my dad was supposed to watch us, but my dad's 20 minutes up, down the road or 25, it's hysterical.
Well, so
the palace.
What about
So my buddy calls it the palace.
The palace.
Your
Like,
house
it's got the
became the
palace.
palace?
Yeah, everyone, who wouldn't want to hang out
Yeah.
there?
Was
That's
it
awesome.
like that scene you see 16 Candles, the movie?
Yeah.
Where they have the party at the house. You know what I'm talking about?
It
didn't go that bad,
It
right?
didn't go that bad. Like it was controlled, but there were a couple that were like, wow,
You were like, holy
there's
shit.
a lot of people. We had this really cool deck off the second floor with a little like what was supposed to be a storage shed, which I'm sure became like the smoker shed, which is really breaks my heart because like if there's one place I'd like to have smoked, it would have been there.
Yeah,
you know, like everyone else did, right? But so we had it was a great party house.
Yeah.
And yeah, so this was funny. So I started dating this girl like my senior year, and over the summer
we're in high school still, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is like, I guess this is junior to senior, and I'm dating this girl. My mom comes home from this is like a little core memory, and my mom comes home, and she's over.
Wait,
So my mom's coming back from Alaska. Yeah. So my mom
Did you
comes
know
home
she
from
was coming?
Yeah. It wasn't a surprise.
Okay.
all this. I just for the last month and a half, 2 months, she was over in my house,
Of course.
in my room.
Are you kidding?
Hanging out.
At that age, to have an empty bedroom,
It's amazing.
it's like a dream.
Yeah.
No sneaking.
And like a dream, and you're like, are you out of your mind, lady?
Yeah.
Right?
Oh well, for
my mom.
Yeah. Oh,
Totally.
for sure.
I think she really,
Yeah.
I think she trusted I would do the right thing, and I did. Morgan, I have no idea, but like me, it was like,
Why wouldn't she though? You were like this amazing, high achieving kid,
that didn't break a lot of rules and all that.
Yes.
Yeah, like
she didn't know about the army crawl then.
She
Yeah.
didn't.
Yeah.
She did not.
Pre-army
Which
call
still
knowledge.
wasn't like all I was doing was going
Yeah,
out and hanging out with buds.
No.
I wasn't really doing a ton
There
of
was
bad
no reason
stuff,
to
right?
not trust you, and supposedly your dad was going to watch you, quote unquote.
Correct.
So
he was there for emergencies.
yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
But I'll never forget this because the girl's over hanging out, and I get this like, Gregory. I'm like,
Oh,
what
the
is
full name.
happening? Right. And I go, like, what's up, Mom? What's going on? And she's like, you will not have guests of the female persuasion in my house. And I was
Oh,
like,
God.
oh, so now there's rules? Okay. Sorry. Like, I always wanted my mom. The way I looked at it is my mom had it tough.
Yep.
She's a single mom. Both my brothers struggled in school. And so she worked tirelessly.
Yeah.
She's doing the dental hygienist thing to make enough money to make ends meet. 'Cause my dad at the time still struggling.
Right.
Right. And she's got to work so hard with both of them every day on their homework.
Yeah.
They're both experimenting with Ritalin, like the school, like there's a lot going on.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
And she's just surviving,
Yeah.
and I guess I don't know. I'm like, I felt like I had to help her, I wasn't helping. It was just like, because I don't really think I helped. I just wasn't ever going to be a burden.
No, you took that role. Right.
Yeah.
And typically that happens,
Yeah.
especially in those situations. One of the kids is going to take the compliant role,
Yeah.
the people pleasing role, and the helping role. And that you took it.
Yeah.
And
I
that's
didn't
what
need help
happened.
for the homework. I did
Yeah.
homework on my own. Everything was like, it was just,
No, but I always say this. Sometimes the compliant kids are the ones you need to watch because everyone assumes they're fine, and a lot of times they aren't. And then there's things that don't get dealt with for the compliant kid that the compliant kid, as they get older, face and deal with. But the compliant kid is burying shit to be compliant. And so I always tell people, check on your compliant kids, because those are the ones sometimes that are in the most danger mental health wise.
wow.
So, and I'm not saying that was your situation.
No, it's interesting because it certainly been.
Well, once mom goes to Alaska, it's party time.
Yeah, exactly.
It comes to Palace.
But it makes sense.
What's funny is like, I didn't necessarily want to throw parties. I just wanted to have little get-togethers.
Yeah.
My brother wanted to throw parties.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I was just kind of like, we can do anything we want.
Yeah.
Just come hang out here.
Yeah.
But, I just wasn't really into drugs, barely into drinking. I mean, I was a total idiot drinking wise. I'd be like, yeah, shot. Throw up.
Yeah.
Like, how cool is that?
Yeah.
And then I'm laying on the ground. Like, you're cool. And then I'm wrecked for the entire next day. So like, I wasn't very cool that way. You know, I just couldn't handle my alcohol. I didn't know how to my dad would always be like, dude, it's not a race, you idiot. You know?
Yeah.
He's like, what are we doing? Right. And it was like, right to the cliff, fall off. Right?
Yeah.
So anyway, I was just mellow.
But for you, it was also access to have girls or a girl over.
Totally.
So that was probably the biggest highlight of that whole summer. I mean, sure, the little bit of exposure to the drinking or whatever, the people around, but
100%.
For a teenage boy who has a consistent girlfriend, like having access to a bed is like,
yes,
that's it right there.
Okay.
So that's funny though. But listen, you went to church every Sunday. I'm not surprised she came.
Not when she wasn't there. Not when she was in Alaska.
But when she showed up, that was probably on her mind. Like you're going against some things there.
What's interesting, just the sidebar, is you were more of the compliant people pleaser for your mom, but once it sounds like when you were in school and sports, you didn't have to play that role. So it's more at the home. It felt seems like
interesting. Because at the school, my mom was dialed in. There was still some not going to be disruptive.
Yeah.
Right?
No, he was
like there was like a senior prank. I'm like, I don't need to be part of that.
Yeah, I think he was still doing that
very
at
much.
School.
I think very much.
And high achieving captain and doing all the things and I think that went into school too.
Oh man, I had some coaches that that like because they played that father figure role. All I wanted to do is make them happy and proud and this and that. And you know what? Like, and then when it comes full circle, so there's one coach, defensive coach in my high school, and he and I got to know each other really well. And unfortunately, recently passed. And man, we would sit there because I was a senior. I kind of knew, like, I was cerebral enough that I understood how the game was going. So I'm like, why don't we do this? Why don't we do this? So we would sit and talk about it, right? And he'd be like, why is that guy a wuss? I'm like, I don't know. Like, what do you want me to do, coach? They're a bunch of private school kids. Like, you know what I mean? Like, because he drives a Porsche to school, like, what are we going to do? Like, you want me to hit him? I'll hit him, but it's going to cry and walk off the field. Yeah. And we would laugh about it and we'd have a great time. And then, he gave a speech, like sort of the awards banquet and these things I remember. And, it impacted me. He goes, if you gave me 11 players, if you gave me 11 players that were all like one, I would take him. And then he also said, he goes, it's not the size of the lion in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the lion. And I mean that, just people believing in me, like someone believing in me meant a lot.
Yeah.
Especially in high school.
Yeah. No, it makes sense.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Now, how did you balance navigating that path through high school in a private school where there was probably a lot of wealth?
Yeah, a lot of wealth. By the way, it might have given me some drive.
Okay, to kind of prove yourself?
No. Be like, holy shit. I can live like this?
This is what's possible.
Okay.
Dude. Yeah.
Okay. So were you ever did you ever deal with any stigma for
Sure. The broke kid, scholarship kid?
Yes.
Yeah, there was once I remember, and I don't think it had to do with scholarship kid, but it kind of did in that, you had a lot of kids who had maids and nannies and all that. My mom went through this phase. She's like, you boys will now do your own laundry. It was one of those. We had she was cool about like certain rules, but like if she did the laundry, you had to fold it and we didn't fold it. She's like, now you do your own laundry. Well, what you learn as a kid is that if you leave your laundry wet for a long time, it stinks.
Yeah.
And I went through a phase where my clothes reeked. And I remember like the abuse I took. I mean, I had hand-me-downs.
Yeah.
All that stuff. And so I definitely took some abuse. But there were also some other kids in the school that didn't have money too. And and it was okay. But by the way, I also had some great friends who had money.
Yeah.
And I just learned to get along with them.
Right.
But I went to sleepovers on Indian Creek, which is where Tom Brady and Jeff Bezos and all those guys live now, right? And you're like, okay.
So
this
next
is interesting.
level.
This is a level like you sometimes, and I really do believe this, I think some people are limited by what they see. In fact, like, you know, it's like your imagination can't create it. Even if you see it on Instagram, whatever, like in social, like you can't see it. But if you've gone into a home that looks that beautiful, you can go, how do I get this?
Yeah.
Right. Now I was always going to do it ethically and this, that, and the next, but it was always like, how do I get the house on the hill?
Yeah.
And you see it, right? And you're like, wow, okay, so I need to work hard.
It's the exposure.
And it was always like, once I hit a limit in anything I was doing, I was like, well, what's next? Like, how do I? So I do think it added some drive.
It rooted into it. Rooted.
I wanted it, if you will.
Yeah. So there were pros and cons that you dealt with some shit for being the quote unquote poor kid or scholarship kid, but it also gave you that drive and stayed with you the rest of your life probably. So
helps to be the captain of the football team.
Well, that's that too. You know,
like I'm not complaining. Like I had big friends. Like you want to mess with me? I got some really big friends. Who are going to beat you up. And then at the same time, at a small school like that, you're a captain of the football team, and you help the team do great. People want to be your friend,
right?
So
yeah, you had a lot of balance. Yeah,
it's crazy.
A lot of different worlds.
Very blessed.
Do you ever reflect on this besides now?
Yeah, in different ways. Yeah. Most of it is just kind of like, man, I've been pretty lucky.
Yeah.
You know, more than anything else, just kind of blessed. Like, oh, I was pretty blessed to be able to do some of that without realizing that had I not had those things, how hard it could have been. That part, maybe it's making me think more about right now. But, you know, like I was a decent athlete. I think the thing is there's plenty of people who are decent athletes, but they don't work hard. Just think about it. Like when you go from football practice to soccer practice, to homework, to theater, you know, and rinse, repeat. And oh, by the way, you gotta, you know, you can't go mess around at break because you got to go do this. Like I was overworked, but I had but it also said like, you know, if you want all these things, like, by the way, like it's funny, the harder you work, the more opportunities present themselves. That's a blessing and a curse. Cause then all of a sudden you're like, and I still have that blessing and curse now. Because it's this conflict between your values wanting something and it, like, let's say, like you want to volunteer, but it costs you time away from your family. And that conflict messes with me as I've gotten older.
Yeah,
you know?
That makes sense. Yeah.
You want to do these things, but like having a child second time around.
Yeah.
I don't want to miss those years like I missed them with the first.
You see the trade-off and it creates that conflict. Yeah. What are my values in a sense?
Yeah. Are they, you know, like making, it's like just choices.
Yeah.
You know, like funny thing is in high school, it never felt like there was a negative choice. It was just do this, do this, do this. By the way, because it kept me from partying, and because I wasn't partying, I didn't feel like I didn't have FOMO on that side of the house.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I was busy.
Yes. And in some ways also, like we had discussed, probably also your way of coping with what had been going on. So you've been busy, you've been doing, you've had this childhood and all this installation, this little small town in Miami. Your mom sells the house. You're now at UF. You had kind of always had adults around you helping form who you are.
Yeah. Now
you're on your own in college, in a town. Your mom's not working at the school. She doesn't have none of your mom's friends are working at UF.
Yeah.
You're kind of free maybe for the first time. No eyes are on you. It's just your experience. How did that experience compare to where you came from?
Big man on campus, you know, big fish, small pond, to little fish, enormous pond was a lot. Joined a fraternity helped. Gave me a sense of that, you know, group. I mean, having a couple of friends from my high school, and it's really funny. Like so like you go to Florida and it's rush week, so you're just kind of walking around. And my roommate happened to know this dude, and he comes over, and they're like, "Hey, let's smoke," right? And I had smoked once, maybe. So I'm like, okay, like I was yes to everything at that point, right? Not everything. That's a stupid statement. So we smoke. This dude becomes my best friend in all of college. Like we lived together, like we joined the same fraternity, and he was like my guy, right? So we became like the best of friends. So it was really funny. That happened like day one, you know?
That's awesome.
Yeah. And I do truly like being around people. Like, I just like people. I have this friend now. He's like, he looked at me one day. He's like, you like people? I'm like, yeah. He's like, you don't? He's like, no, I don't like being around people at all. And I just never even like, it's so funny to hear someone verbalize it, right?
Yeah,
I'm like,
that's me.
Okay. Right. But what's funny is, Brian, is because I like being around people, I'm very good with introverts.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? Because they're like, I make it easy on you to hang out with me.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And right, like, because, you know, some people do, like, it's just adapting very much so to my surroundings. So I, you know, so it was, it wasn't as hard as you think for me. I went to school, I drank a little bit, partied too much, missed a bunch of classes, lost my scholarship. That pissed my parents off bad.
Yeah, yeah.
But guess what? The response to that was now you're going to take a loan out in your name. Okay. Back then, a loan was a little easier. It was like, here's an interest-free loan. You don't start paying back until after you graduate.
Yeah.
Okay. So started paying for schools and books and stuff like that.
When did that happen?
Freshman year.
Okay, so was that second semester when you got with your friend?
I got a C. I got a C in theater appreciation and lost my scholarship.
Oh no!
Shit, you know,
wow.
Hysterical.
Theater
because
appreciation.
I didn't go and I didn't know there was theater appreciation. For God's sakes, I love this.
Yes.
And it was an 800-person class, which is the worst thing in the world.
Yeah.
Because no one cares. And then there's 8+ notes, so you kind of read the notes, and the guy basically made it tricky on people. He kind of made it very much this. I get my class as a joke, but I'll put Easter eggs in showing up.
If
you didn't show up, you were screwed.
Attendance class.
Basically an attendance class. That's all it was.
Yeah.
I made the mistake also of like, I signed up for like English at 8 a.m.
Oh, geez.
But I didn't know any better.
Yeah.
Like, that's the interesting thing. The interesting thing about all of this was because I had never really needed my mom to help or my dad to help. No one helped me pick classes. No one, like, we didn't go through that. Like, she was like, you good? I'm like, I'm good. But I wasn't making wise decisions such as an 8 a.m. class in college your freshman year. English? Yeah. I'm going to make that a lot. So that one I had to drop that one, you know, like, so I went through that process. And yeah, I mean, I paid for it by paying it back, you know, with interest and the modern way of lending money to students and then ripping them off in the meanest interest rates you can. That makes tons of sense to me. So I paid it all back and all that, but that was the, you know, that was the trade-off. That was the consequence.
There's this whole debate around should you go to college or not. And I'm still there. But I think what you're describing is part of that experience in college. It's not all academic. It's learning. Don't schedule a class at 8. That'll help you later in life. Do you ever have 8 a.m. meetings today? Yeah, right?
No, I try not to.
Yeah, you try not to.
You know, unless it's,
Yeah.
Brian, here's interesting. I went back to my school and to talk to seniors. And the number one thing I talk to them about is invest in relationships when you're in college. You know, business world or professional world is a lot about who you know, always, right? But opening doors. You know, who you know opens doors. I don't necessarily think that who I know has helped me like massively. There's people I do know where like that's worked out. But like my message to the kids was like, you're not there necessarily to really learn and apply the book smarts. You'll learn some. There's some things I've learned, you know. However, my favorite classes had nothing to do with my major. But I had said to the kids, I was like, look, first and foremost, get outside of your comfort zone. And I wish I would have done that. So that's the negative of like being this people person, like to be surrounded people. I don't like going to a bar by myself. Whereas, you know, people are like, I go to a bar by myself all day long. That's not comfortable for me, which is weird. And I used to, when I lived in Boca, I remember Gatsby's was right down the street. And I would be like, hey, I couldn't go there by myself. And so I didn't break out of my circle. And I was challenging them. I said, you know, if you break out of your circle and you get outside of it, you're going to meet people from all walks of life. And these will open massive trees for you, right? Tributaries of crazy relationships you never knew that I wish I did more. And so that's what I encourage them to do. Because that's where I think, you know, college has that opportunity. Yeah. Really, like 100%. A massive opportunity for them to do that. And then the other thing is like, man, your best opportunity to explore topics you never thought to explore. And I don't think, like we're like, hey, I'll do theater appreciation and golf to get my credits, because everything was about sort of achieving your credits to get to graduate. And I was 4 in, 4 out, and I really wish I wouldn't have been. By the way, I don't think I coached my daughter as well as I could have through her college journey, which is funny because I know this, but I really don't think I pushed her as hard. I got her out of her comfort zone for sure, 'cause she went way out of Florida, but not necessarily the way I'm talking, which is interesting.
So go ahead.
Well, the question, so you went back to you spoke to seniors at your high school. It's a very interesting thing, because I know you are a giving person, and you do volunteer, you do some things like that. How did they receive that? Did they?
So I really was so grateful for being invited. It was like I was 3 years into my company, in my entrepreneurial journey, and got invited back, and it was a really neat experience. It was all seniors. We were at some gazillionaire's house on Fisher Island. I think the guy invented the barcode. Literally, literally, right? Like, someone invented that, right?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, this was a lesson for me. I got to talking to him for 30 minutes and realized I know exactly why you invented the barcode. There was no way you were going to survive in corporate America. That wasn't an option. And he and I reflected on that to the students. I go, everyone wants to be an entrepreneur, everyone wants to own a company, and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. The reality is I'm not. I mean, I was college, the workforce, big corporate. My journey into entrepreneurship was different than a lot of other people. But there are some people who do it out of desperation because there's nothing else. And that's a really core driver, right? Like, no other options. Or I've done a self-assessment and I can't live in that world. And that opens really cool things.
Talk about getting out of your comfort zone.
100%.
Yeah.
Right. And that's, it's funny. Getting out of your comfort zone is like, I feel like I'm a risk taker, but I don't feel like I'm a risk taker. And it's so because of this circle of comfort that we've talked about building.
Yes. And when you were at college, and we talked about how a lot of that fell away, but you still had some of it because you had friends there, and then you created with your fraternity. So it sounds like you kind of approached college a little bit similarly than high school. You were driven, you had an end goal. Maybe you focused on the end is more than the process of getting there. It was like, I'm graduate, like I got 4 years, graduate. This is what I need to do. And as you're saying, instead of getting out of your comfort zone, having some different life experiences during those 4 years, not be so goal focused on what you're supposed to be doing.
I've often reflected that had I decided to go, like, I was burnt out of sports.
Right.
I had said that. And, but I love football. Love it. And should I have even explored that's going to a small school, right? Like staying the same path, I'd probably be coaching football right now in some respect. And I may still in my older days in like high school and what have you, but if I would apply the same level of passion, drive, and intelligence to that, I would have, done it in a high level. And so sometimes I keep asking myself, like, you don't always have to do the straight line. My life's been a very straight line, I think, in many ways, until it gets disrupted. And a lot of actually my risks have been forced upon me.
Yeah. But it's, yeah. But, and when did that, so you graduate from college, did you then do the next kind of safe choice? Like, as far as what was your first job?
So my first job was a buddy of mine got me an interview.
Okay.
In Atlanta. My best bud, one of my best buds who picked me up every day from school, his older brother, who had come down to college and blah, blah, blah. And like, we became friends and we're great friends now. He got me a job. Okay. Ended up being more of a mentor, and he gets me his job at this company he just left. And I go on this interview, and one of the guys I'm interviewing with gets up in the middle, starts stretching, like literally. It was the weirdest. My first job interview ever. Right?
That's awesome.
Wait, the guy that is interviewing you?
2 guys are interviewing me. The friend who got me the job got me the interview was in the, my best friend's brother's buddy who made the connection. He's in the room, but he starts doing all this weird shit.
And he works for them.
And he works for them.
Like
and the
some
other
Tai
right.
Chi
And
or
so the other
something.
guy goes, and the other guy's like, so I do this whole interview. I think I did okay.
Yeah.
And they say no. My buddy calls him up. Yeah, you're gonna be idiots. Like, don't you do this? And they end up hiring me.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Called him up like, yeah, you guys are idiots. It's like a training ground of inside sales reps, right?
Okay.
Top of my class, blah, blah, blah. First to get promoted. Let's put it this way. I like, if someone bets on me, I'm going to do a lot to make sure. And by the way, this has driven me. This is how I think I've been. Like if even at the client level, if the client says, I'll go with these guys, I'm going to give the small guy a chance. I will do everything in my power to make sure that they're rewarded for that decision. You know? So did great there, but straight arrow, like first interview out of college, got the job, went to that place.
How long did you work there?
Yeah, all in all, it was about 5 years. 5 years.
Oh, that's a long
So you stuck
time.
around.
At
well,
the
yeah.
same
So
job.
inside sales, and then I got promoted and I moved to Louisville, Kentucky.
So you lived
as
in
an-
Atlanta
Lived in Atlanta for 2 years roughly.
and then went to Louisville.
Went to Louisville
Okay.
and did 2 years there, and that's where my girlfriend and I got pregnant.
Okay, so you're working there. You have your own place?
Yeah.
And you had your own place in Atlanta, right?
No, I had a roommate.
Okay, so
Yeah, that was great. Like Atlanta was great. A bunch of young professionals.
okay.
A couple guys. I ended up meeting a guy who I knew at Florida but didn't know really
Mhm.
well. And someone said, "Hey, that guy's looking. You're looking. Want you guys to be roommates? We're
Perfect.
besties now. It's amazing.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
That's
I love
awesome.
him. I love this dude. And he's strange. I'm strange. It's great. And we're having the time of our lives. We're both doing these stupid jobs. He's making fun of what I'm doing. I'm making fun of what he's doing. We're both just trying to figure it out. Go out, barely spend and I made 3 or 4 friends who I am really close with.
That's great.
You know?
That's great.
And then my buddy's older brother is now one of my best buds. And because now 4 5 year difference is nothing, right?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, the friendships I made in Atlanta I'm very blessed. Like I have a great circle of just super cool people.
Yeah.
That have been in my life.
And then when you get to Kentucky, so that's your first time ever living on your own.
Oh yeah.
And how old
yeah.
were you?
23.
So that's cool.
Yeah.
Just getting your own place, right?
Kentucky's interesting. Louisville's interesting, right?
Yeah.
Like at one point I joke, like I go out to a bar, I'm like one of the only guys who doesn't have his name on his shirt.
Why did they have their name on their
Like-
shirt?
Like, like you're like a uniform.
Oh, like a
Yeah, like your name tag. Like a uniform.
wait, you'd go
Like a blue collar job versus a white collar job.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay,
right? Which isn't
okay,
even
okay.
fair, but it was like
Okay.
mentally I'm young
Okay.
and I'm stupid. It's not fair.
Okay.
By the way, Louisville is an amazing
Well,
town.
it's one of our favorite cities.
we've been
yeah.
there.
It's awesome.
We loved it.
Yeah.
We loved it.
Loved it.
Okay.
Big small town.
Yeah.
Great
Yeah,
whiskey
yeah, yeah,
scene,
very
right?
cool
Great
town.
whiskey scene, great bar
Yes.
scene,
Great music
Yes.
scene.
great music
Their
scene.
blues scene is fantastic.
Yeah.
They had like Sunday concerts. They are Catholic churches. A new carnival every Sunday. Like summers in Louisville are amazing. Winters, whoo, cold.
Were you in downtown?
I lived in the St. Matthews area,
I'm
which is
not
kind of a
familiar.
little suburbia.
Okay.
The downtown wasn't as good as it is now,
Yeah.
right? It
yeah.
wasn't as
And it's still kind of a small
sure.
downtown now.
It's a little dodgy.
Yeah.
You know.
still dodgy.
But it's
Yeah.
like a small downtown.
Yeah.
But by
So-
the way, like I met a guy there who is a lifelong friend now. Yeah, he's amazing.
I'm not surprised.
It's just
It
kind of my
seems to be a
journey.
pattern.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
kind of my journey.
So
yeah.
you're living in your own place for the first time. That's a big move. And you got this promotion. You're working, and you meet this woman.
My girlfriend from high school.
Oh, so had you guys been dating this whole time?
No.
Wait, is this the one that your mom yelled about?
No.
Okay.
No, that was a Hooters waitress. There's
Oh,
nothing special
you
about
left
that
that
at all.
interesting part
Proud
out.
of myself. But yeah, well, I just
Hey, nice
said my
job.
kids are gonna listen to this one day. Yeah. So
So when did you start dating her in high school?
sophomore year. She was a year younger than I was, so I guess I was a junior. She was a sophomore.
You guys were like off and on through high school?
Well, she ended up moving back to Columbia, the country.
Oh,
So like her
Okay.
family moved back there, and then we reconnected.
in Kentucky of all places?
Well, we were connected remotely,
Okay.
and so then even in Atlanta, so we reconnected remotely in Atlanta,
Okay.
and then we started doing the remote dating. It was always long distance.
Okay.
And she would fly. She moved
Columbia?
to Miami. No, she was living in Miami working. So she moved
okay.
when she graduated college. She moved to Miami and started working.
Okay.
And then we were doing the long distance thing for a while.
Okay.
And then we were talking about marriage. So it wasn't like we weren't talking about it. And so
did she move to Kentucky to live with you?
So she moved to Kentucky, but she like moved in. We're like, I said, well, why don't you move? Like, she's like, I want to be closer. So she moves with some roommates or gets an apartment with some roommates, but that doesn't work. So she's in my house.
Oh, okay.
24/7, which when you're young, you know, yeah. So
you had your own place, but no.
Yeah. So I had my, I kind of had my own place for like a year. And then
you had your girlfriend there.
Correct.
Okay. And she's working there too, I assume. In Kentucky. Okay.
Yes.
And so you guys are dating.
We're dating.
And you're talking about marriage.
Yeah. We're like, hey, and
maybe
this is the kind of ring I would like.
Okay.
That kind of stuff.
Yeah.
More like that. I'm still 23.
Right.
24. And then she gets pregnant.
Okay.
And, you know, so I immediately say, well, I got to do the right thing. Got the justice of the peace to come to my house, and my mom flew up. My dad was like, should I? And, you know, I'm like, nah, it's no big deal. Don't worry about it. We'll connect. So then I was like, no, so my mom's there, and we do a little baby altar in my apartment, if you will. And Justice of the Peace comes, he's, you know, like an ordained minister, and he does that. And so we get married.
What about her family? Were they there?
Her family was in Colombia. We had them like on what was it at the time?
AIM or ICQ?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Like something, you know, to get it. And it's me, my mom, her, my uncle, because my uncle lived in Louisville.
Okay.
And then my cousin, and those were like our witnesses. And we did a cute little thing, and, you know, had some wine, whatever. It was nice. And then a couple weeks later, we went down to Orlando and did the parks. And we did the parks. And so everyone, like a couple of my buddies came, my dad came, and everyone got to spend time with her and get to know her, whatever.
Yeah.
She spent some time with my dad, and my dad was like, yeah, that's great. Like, he's like, I'm not feeling great, but everything's good. And my dad died 30 days later.
So how old were you?
I was 24.
And she was still pregnant?
Mm-hmm.
How did he pass away?
Heart attack. So my grandfather died at 58, a couple months before I was born, of a heart attack. And so my dad died of a heart attack at 58.
A couple months before
my daughter was born.
Your daughter was born.
Yeah.
Wow. So it was in the family.
Yeah, hereditary for sure.
Young though.
Very.
And he was in Miami?
Yeah, my little I'm at a work thing, and I get a phone call from a police officer, and he was in the shower, and he had a heart attack in the shower, and my poor little brother woke up.
Was he living with him?
He was living with him, and he woke up and like went into this, you know, just kind of moseying around.
Yeah.
Walked in on my father passed away.
Your poor brother, just to add on to all the other shit you were talking about.
Yeah, and which is amazing because he just his heart is so big. You know, he's just such a good, you know, he just kind of floats through life with this. Like you would think he'd be like, burr, burr, burr. No, he's not. He doesn't like walk around with this dark cloud, woe is me vibe at all. Well, I'm always like, dude.
Not only was your dad young, you were young.
Yeah.
Extremely
very young.
Yeah.
And about to become a father.
Yeah.
So that's a whole nother thing.
So that was
so that had to have been like
August.
A grenade for your family. Just
massive. We were going to move from Louisville to Atlanta. We changed our minds. We said, let's go move down to South Florida, which I think my wife never wanted to be in. My wife never wanted to be in Atlanta anyway.
Right.
So she used that as an opportunity. Where we said, hey, let's get to Miami. So that's August 1st. September 11th happens.
Oh, jeez.
so it's September, we move. I changed jobs.
Same company.
Wonderful manager. Was an important man in my life.
Because they worked with you, right? Because of everything going on, they kind of set all that up for you. That job in Miami.
They weren't that great.
Okay.
Yeah, they weren't that. One man was good.
I was gonna say, yeah, one guy.
He had a role. He's like, you can come here. I was leaving the company, by the way.
Okay.
Like I was interviewing for a role at a different company because I was like, I'm gonna move on.
Okay.
Big corporate, 250,000 person company, So he had a role. I knew the guy. He's like, hey, I got a role in Fort Lauderdale. You can come down here. So that's great. So I got to move. We buy a house, change jobs. My daughter's born, all within 6 months.
And you're 24.
Turned 25.
25.
Yeah, 25. I guess I was
25.
Yeah, 25.
And your mom's not there because she's living.
And mom was super, like she's trying to do
right, but all the familiar
she's still
stuff.
In like, yes, there's no familiar. There's nothing.
So it's just such a contrast from when you left, graduated high school, and this life you had, and then you come back, and it's like nothing is the same.
We move out to the middle of nowhere suburbia, west Broward County,
and your dad's not there, so you're having to live down here in South Florida without your father for the first time. That's a whole new normal. Mm-hmm. Was your little brother still here?
No, wasn't he in Tampa? Yeah.
He was in Tampa
with my mom.
But you had the uncle, right? And the cousins?
Yeah.
Who lived in Boca, but
too far away.
Well, it almost, I mean, now you've got your new wife and the daughter's born. The baby's born. You've got a new job. You're back to a familiar geographical area, but it's completely different.
That's what I mean. It's almost like Twilight.
Like I don't know anyone.
World apart.
And she's still. We haven't even gotten to the birth of your daughter, so she's still pregnant. You've started this new job. You've bought a house.
I mean, I bought that house and she was born.
And then she was born, and now you're a father.
Yeah.
So how did becoming a father change your life?
I take it very seriously, but then it was just I took it as it was a responsibility, and I think my wife was struggling with a little postpartum. That's my diagnosis, no one else's. So it was really tough. Okay. It was really tough. I was opening a territory that had been neglected for a very long time, and if anyone's tried to build a business from start, it's really hard. It's a ton of no's.
Well, actually, we didn't even touch on that. Huge expectations professionally now, right?
Now I got to earn.
You got to earn, and you're building a territory, starting it from scratch, or fixing a neglected one.
Yeah, and it's the type. Back then, sales jobs were low base.
Yeah,
you make your money and you're variable. Now they've new world of there's more balance to it, which is different. And so it's really hard. I had a good manager. He was a cool dude.
You had a lot of pressure on you because now you're a father and a husband.
Now I'm a father, and I couldn't make the ends meet. And it was funny because I inherited just a little money from my dad from life insurance. The irony of my father being a financial planner, but the cobbler's children have no shoes kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like his world. By the way, I was the executor of the will because there was no executor of the will. So though everyone's like, you're the guy who's organized. I'm like, I'm not organized. I got a lot of shit going on.
You're the high achiever.
Correct. So it's not always fun to be the high achiever.
No.
And for some reason in our family, we like to say, please be the high achiever and then judge you as you do it.
Yeah.
Lovely. And that happened to my dad when my grandma passed too. He was judged as he did it, which is funny.
Yeah. I think that happens.
Heavy as the crown, they say, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I remember so distinctively walking the dog once because the marriage was hard. It wasn't working. It was just, unfortunately, it was just nothing but stress all along the way. And there wasn't a ton of support. And I remember looking at the sky, where are you?
Yeah.
Not God, Dad.
Yeah.
I need you now. you know?
Yeah.
And
you're dealing with a lot there. You're dealing with not having a father at 25, which no one expects.
yeah.
Hello? Like, never in your
And
wildest
he was so excited to
dreams.
be a granddad. Like, he was out
Right.
over the moon.
Right.
You know, he's going to have a granddaughter. He had 3 boys.
Right.
And just to go back, you would finally, once you're hit an old enough age to drink, you know, hang out, that's when your relationship really started.
For
so you had,
30 days, it was a really cool window.
Was it only that long?
It was only that long to talk about what was going to be possible.
Yeah.
30 days.
What a tease, man. What a terrible joke. Jeez.
So,
and one of our last, I'm pretty sure our last conversation was he was telling me I should buy life insurance. And I go, Dad, I don't want to talk about death right now.
Yeah.
I like, dude.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out, but I don't want to deal with this now. He's like, you need to do this. You know, my dad was always sort of, he's not trying to sell me anything. He's like, you're responsible. What if something happens to you? You know?
Yeah.
I remember buying life insurance like right after he passed because I was like, I need it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. So it's such a cruel joke, right? You're giving a window into what could be, and then it's snatched from you. Yeah. And you're so young. And at the same time, and you're still a child, you're still your father's child at that time. We're always our parents' child. So you're your father's child and you lose him, but now you're someone's father and have to be that to that child and also a husband. That is an insane tornado of everything. What would you say your biggest coping mechanism was during that time?
It's funny. I mean, you know, work was part of it, you know, because I had no choice. Like, I guess ultimately I don't ever run from a fight. That's never been me. So unfortunately, that leads you to deal with things later.
Yeah.
Right. So just push it down.
Denial.
Maybe that's a little nice Gen Xer. Just push those feelings down. You're not allowed to have those.
Oh yeah.
So there was a lot of that. Buddy of mine got me involved in a softball team. It's just a way to take my mind off of it. Yeah, it was. I don't know that I coped.
Yeah.
As much as I just dealt.
Avoided.
Yeah, just operated, right? Like I put blinders on and said, you know, execute. You know, like you can't not make ends meet. I think it got real. Then there was a divorce.
So how long were you guys together?
Like 18 months.
It almost was destined to fail because it started with just so much.
Yeah.
And anyone in a normal situation would struggle, but you guys were so young. And even though you'd been talking about marriage, it kind of happened so quickly. There wasn't a lot of preparation.
Wasn't natural per se.
Correct. Forced.
It was
forced,
a reaction to.
Right. And then.
But it's almost it's a testament to you being a good person too, though. You're trying to do the right thing, and doing the right thing isn't always easy. And then you get more curveballs thrown at you, and it's like, this is really not easy.
Under such extenuating circumstances.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, and even though, you know, your mom was there being supportive, she's not living close to you. So it's not like she's the grandma that could just come over and help. You know what I mean? You guys didn't have that, even that person to come say, I'll take the baby. You guys take a break.
Yeah, so
you know?
I think I've learned a little bit of that from my mom's really good at dealing with the situation without emotion, just operating. Like when my dad passed, like, even though, I mean, to give you an idea of, like, you know, they really loved each other. They just had a really tough time, and they got divorced. But like just before the year before he passed, we all did Thanksgiving and Christmas together.
They were still friends.
Yeah. Like, you know, there was a respect that got redeveloped over time. And that was really beautiful to see. And when my dad passed, like, she was really a rock for the three of us. Like, she moved it, but then she talked to me about how, like, then it came crashing down on her.
Yeah.
My dad's passing didn't come crashing down on me until, like, really, like, to deal with it. It was funny. Like, honestly, it was years later, and my buddy had to write a eulogy for his grandma's passing. And he goes, you know, can I see yours? Because I spoke at my dad's, and I, like, got 3 sentences into it. I ran out the house for about an hour and just basically sat on outside the back of my house crying for.
It finally hit you.
Yeah, I just couldn't not cry. Like,
How
just
long
cried.
from the time your dad had passed to that?
4 years, maybe.
Okay, so you had buried
it, yeah,
avoided, and were in denial. For
you know,
that long.
I've reflected on a lot of the harder things that have happened in my life, and I feel like God does that to certain people who can handle it, so that they can help others through it. And like, even when my parents got divorced, a buddy of mine was going through it. I was there to help him through it. Like, hey, dude, this is how this, and it was tough. Not long after my dad passed, a couple years later, one of my good buds, his dad passed, heart attack. I'm like, to be there for him.
Yeah.
That makes me feel really good,
Yeah. You're giving back from your own experience and your own agony.
What's the point of it if you can't
finding,
help others?
You're finding meaning behind it.
Yeah. I think that helps me heal.
Right. Which is, and that comes from your beliefs, from your two beliefs, two religions.
Right.
You got double.
Right. Hey, lots of good.
Yeah. But that faith gives you that, helps you find that meaning, and I actually think that's a beautiful thing. And I'm not surprised that it took you that. I don't know if men in general do that, but I think all men I've known who've gone through a significant loss like that avoid dealing with it for a very long time. And the men I'm talking about are Gen X too, age. And so I think that also goes back to Gen X boys not being given space to understand, identify their emotions, express them. And then they grow up to be these men who still don't have that emotional development because it wasn't given to them, because you're included in this. But I think then when life hits, they don't necessarily have the tools to even start processing. Yeah. And because I think the younger generation, the men in the younger generations are way more fluent in being able to identify, not in general, even to just identify what you're feeling, identify it and give it a word. So, that I think that's very typical for our generation, the way you coped with it. But then you were able to find good in it and how you gave back to others. And not everyone can do that. So that's very commendable that you found that silver lining there. So you guys divorced after 18 months. Do you stay living close to each other?
She moved back to Bogota, Colombia.
With the baby?
Yes, that was a tough decision at first, So I was so young and stupid. I was like, well, she's a girl. She needs to be with her mom. Mm-hmm. There was probably some selfishness there. You know what? I don't think it was selfish. There was some fear there.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think I can do this. Really didn't. I'm like, if it was a boy, I probably would have been like, all right, smack him in the head and let's figure it out. But as a girl, I was scared. I didn't know what did you say? Not even 18 months old.
Yeah.
And at first it was okay because at first it was great. She would spend months at a time with each of us. And so she would be in Colombia for a month, fly back to me with a month, but with a nanny.
Oh, okay.
From Colombia.
Okay.
Yeah. And I would have her for months at a time.
That sounds pretty ideal.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Spoken like two men.
It was like, what? So my buddy teased me all the time. He's like, dude, Nordone, it's fake parenting. But like, he teases me all the time, like, fake parenting, bro. I'm like, yeah, well, but yeah, that was great. Where it really sucked is when school started. Because then it went from, I had her all the time, and our relationship was really great in those first, like, 0 to 5, 0 to 6, like, really great.
With your daughter?
Yeah, really great. And then when she started going to school, it was like, all of a sudden, it really went down. Not downhill, that's not the right word. It just separated, It became harder to do. I would fly to Colombia to be with her, and I would, like, you didn't even have weekends. So I would go months without her. And there was no FaceTime. There was no any of that. Like, what 6, 7, or 8-year-old wants to talk on the phone?
Yeah.
How are you? Good. How was school? Good.
Yeah. So was it, like, would she come spend summers with you?
Yes.
And then like every other Christmas?
All that. Yeah.
So and a lot of times, especially the Christmas, I mean, it takes a while just to get caught up and get comfortable with each other again. So I'm sure in the summers you had that time, but Christmas is probably right as you guys found your groove. She's going back to Columbia.
Yeah. Yeah, they were tricky times. I tried to make it to Columbia a couple times a year.
So does she have dual citizenship? That's cool.
Yeah.
Is she fluent in Spanish and English? That's awesome. That's awesome.
Totally.
So did that go on for her from kindergarten to time she was 18? Was she doing that?
No, because things had happened in her world, in her mom's world, and we had made the decision it was better for her. My now wife and I had made the decision. We were dating for a while. We made the decision, let's move in together.
Mm.
And at the same time we decided to move in together, her mom had some stuff going on that was like, it'd be better if she was with you.
How old was she?
12.
Okay, so middle school. So you guys got a girl right as she was going into middle school.
So poor. And I feel bad for her. I mean, like, everything she knew, she was like, she was living in one city. Her mom's like, we're moving to a new city. They moved to that new city and immediately is like, hey, this isn't working out. You need to go with your dad. And so she just got ripped from everything she knew. And, you know, I know that was hard. Now, the amazing thing is she got brought into a very stable situation, except her dad's a lunatic and yells and screams a lot and did not handle having 2 middle school / high schoolers and that. Like, I did not handle.
But now were you also newly married?
We were at the time not even engaged. We just said, let's move in together and see if this works.
Middle school is hard for almost every girl. And I think for a lot of boys under any circumstance. I always say it sucks. It's the worst. It's the worst. Let alone what your daughter was walking into, being in America now permanently, being with her father and his girlfriend now. And also a place that speaks only English. Like she was coming from, even though she knows it, it's such a culture.
Big culture difference.
Big culture difference. So I can't even imagine what she went through. I mean, I really can. And also what you guys were going through, because you're not only helping guide her through middle school shit, but also cultural stuff too.
Well, yeah. So they parent different than we parent. There's a nanny there. There was a grandma there. My daughter knew how to get a yes some way, shape, or form. My wife is really black and white. She comes from a very strong, multi-generational military background.
So that's another shock.
Oh, yeah. Well, by the way, like I feel, I mean, I also feel really bad for my oldest who, my oldest, it was just her and her mom.
Yeah.
Like not that her dad wasn't around, but it was her and her mom.
Like, well, I was going to ask you that. So you said you had 2 middle schoolers.
A high school and a middle schooler, right?
Yeah, it roughly works out to high school. She's about 4 years older.
So, your wife now had a child.
Correct.
Too.
That's what I'm referring to.
Okay. Yeah.
So I just call her my oldest.
Yeah. She's your oldest.
It's awesome.
She's my oldest. She's amazing.
So your oldest is there and had been her and her mom.
Her and her mom. And her mom has to make this choice. Like, hey, we're going to move in with Dummy.
Yeah, with this guy.
With this dude.
Just ignore his temper and his weird mannerisms.
Just ignore his temper. Which on the move-in day, like South Florida movers, or maybe it's everywhere, but they like close the door and they're like, you owe us more money.
Yeah.
And I do not handle someone shaking me down well. At all. And
they're pros here.
Losing. And by the way, those two, there's no up and down. They're as even keeled as there is. And I am like, I will kill everyone in this fucking world. Fuck you. Losing it. And they're just like, what's happening, right? The shock value is massive.
Like, what have you gotten us in?
No shit.
100%. She's like, life was great. It was just me and mom. Like, I had her all to myself. Now I got to share her. And I'm like, oh, funny story. Not only do you have to share her, here comes a wrecking ball.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that the wrong way. I come in like, I mean it like the song, like just.
Yes.
A lot.
Yes.
Latin.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Big personality, highly emotional. What the hell just happened to me?
Right.
But the way I deal with it is, And like, by the way, every time she used to come home, my wife wasn't living with me.
Right.
And so she's used to, I get to sleep in dad's bed.
Oh.
Kind of things too, right? So like it's all really wonky.
So they both, like, your oldest doesn't get as much time with her mom, and now your daughter, who's coming from Columbia, doesn't get to sleep in dad's. So
effing adventure.
That's another tornado.
Yeah, not even know. I think I'm wrong. I think it's like 10 and 14. You know what I mean? Or 11 and 15. Like right.
Okay.
So
no, but that's
hard.
But it's all that
fifth,
those tough
sixth,
ages.
8th, 9th.
Jeez.
Oh,
Just
they're the
one
worst.
being ripped away from her mom,
Yes.
and like, but like the relationship there is a little bit more cheerleader best friend.
Yeah.
My wife is a little bit more like the boss, right? Like these are the rules. Pick up after yourself. Like very like. By the way, the most supporting and loving person in the world, and her daughters are blessed to have her because they know it. But that's the boss,
right?
You know what I'm saying?
It's just such a difference.
And there were rules. Yeah, like she had no rules to all rules.
She runs a tight ship. That's how this one is.
Yeah.
Nicole runs a tight ship
So
here.
the one goes from no rules to all rules, and my oldest goes from like peace, love, and happiness to mad chaos.
Yeah.
So my poor girls, so they can have anything they want. It's basically what happens. Like, what do you guys need? How can Dad help?
Yeah.
Okay, so to go back a little bit though, after your divorce, did you stay living there?
No, I sold that house.
Okay.
And got my finances restabilized. I'd been losing, I was in all this debt. I tell you, debt is the scariest thing to me. I just never.
Yeah.
And, but you learn that like you come out of it, you know, like, nothing's finite.
Yeah.
I needed to learn that. I was like, I'm never getting out of this debt. It takes me $50 just to buy lunch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, how am I ever going to do it? And then you just learn that you believe in yourself and it works out. But we work hard. But I moved to close to downtown and had a little fun.
So you got your own place.
Got my own place.
Got a part. Now, were you experiencing the downtown Miami that you didn't experience?
Downtown Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, downtown
but yes,
Fort Lauderdale.
Yes.
So on Las
a
Olas.
little bit. Had a little fun.
Yeah, had some fun.
Actually, and then like a year later, I moved up to here.
So
up to Boca.
Yeah.
So were you in the same company during all this time when you moved to downtown?
No, I moved to downtown, and then I jumped from like AT&T to Nortel.
All sales though.
Sales.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good with people. To Nortel, and then that was like it was tough. It was like a sinking ship, and didn't realize it. And then I got recruited to go over to Cisco.
Okay.
And this is my sort of stupid brain, I think. It's like, oh, my territory is going to be, Boca North, so I should move that way. Like it matters, right? But like that's what I felt, you know. I felt like I had to be in market. I get hired. My boss quits 1 week later. That was awesome. I didn't even have a laptop. And literally, my boss quits, and literally, whoever replaces him's like, "What are you bringing in this week?"
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, dude, I don't have a laptop. Like, I don't even know what you're talking about, right? It was culture shock for me. I was like, what are you,
Yeah.
But screw it, man. Just put my backpack on and went to it, and immediately started earning. That's when I met JD.
Okay. So how long did you work for Cisco?
6 years.
And doing sales.
Yeah.
And so you were there at a decent time then, right? Because if Nortel, they got rid of Nortel.
A lot of the big voice push.
Yeah.
A lot of big voice push. Voice was big. The Pix was, the Pix was there. A couple key
Cisco
things.
blew up at that time.
But it was hard, man. Like my first experience there was this big team meeting. This is how I met JD. Big team meeting. And like I'm sitting there talking, like they introduced me, and I'm, blah, 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 and different things. They're like, tell us a little bit about Nortel and this and that. JD's like, come here, young pup. So like you're talking about like an 8-layer, like 8 desk deep type thing. And Handsome is in the back corner. Like as cool as the other side of the pillow, right? Like real cool back there. And he grabs me and he's like, come to the hotel, pick me up. Literally. And he's like, I'm going to put you under my wing. Like he right from there grabbed me and put me under his wing.
JD did?
JD did. Yeah. And,
that was a blessing.
Blessing. That's who he is.
Yeah.
Everything.
So that's
just for our listeners, we have an episode with JD. We highly suggest you go listen to JD's episode.
So in that sense, JD was a mentor for you. But your roles, not that they've completely reversed, but you guys are tight now. You guys are friends.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, like I said, but my wife fell so in love with JD. She's like, that man is all love, and she said, do you mind if I ask him to marry us? And so she reached out to him and said, I'd like you to be our officiant. And she's amazing in that way. Like she's done it 5 times. She's married 5 different people, and that has been passed forward. So JD now is married, I think, 3 couples, and his son and 2 others.
So your wife has married like 5 people.
Yeah.
And then now JD.
And it was her idea. So since she's done it, she was like, all you have to do is become a justice of the peace, and you can.
It's wonderful.
Isn't it?
It is. It really is. To be there for that moment for people as they're beginning their life together.
Yeah.
Through all these years of, I mean, even starting in Atlanta, all the way through until JD took you under his wing, and you're this young salesman in the corporate world.
Yeah. So this culture shock was interesting because we all go to dinner.
Okay.
And this was like, oh yeah, it was torture. We all go to dinner, and because we're like bossless, and this woman comes down, and we all go to this really big dinner. We're drinking a ton of wine, and she goes, yay. And she stands up on the table and says, wine commits. And this was so funny. I love this. She would point at someone, and he'd be like, 800,000. And they're like, you 500,000. And you 700,000. And everyone's going around, and she's literally writing it down. And they get to me, and meanwhile, like, I'm there on the job like 2 weeks. I'm like, I don't know. 200? They're like, boo, loser. What is happening right now, right?
Yeah.
It was culture shock for me. I was like, I don't think it was a great first experience. Most people, when they go to work for a company like that, their first experience is like, you go to corporate, you get the ha-ha, the rah-rah, John Chambers high fives you, all these things. I listened to JD's podcast. He was like, it's the greatest place in the world. I didn't get that experience.
Okay.
I went straight into, you suck. Because you didn't say because you didn't take big enough number. And I think that is why I wasn't there more than 6 years.
Yeah.
And why I ended up on the journey I wanted. Because I was like, this isn't who I am.
Different markets too, though, right? Because JD was up in New York, and the financials are there and all that.
But not when I met him. When I met him, he was covering South Florida, a part of South Florida, Collier, Naples, all that. You know what I mean? But yes, like his journey.
His indoctrination was there.
Think about it. He spent all that time with John Chambers. If he had given me time with a powerful,
pretty remarkable guy.
Totally.
Yeah.
Could you imagine being in the room?
Yeah.
Like, I just want to hear what he says.
Yeah.
That's how you talk to people.
You know there's an aura.
Right.
And I think that's what JD went through up there.
That's
and
what
that
I
was
mean.
his,
His experience
he
was way
did
different.
that. He talks about a situation like that. Well,
JD coaches me on that too. Like, he'll say that was a John Chambers moment.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
that's
cool. What do you mean?
Like, if I do something that is about motivating the team, about providing direction, he'll reach out to me and he's like, you've grown.
That's awesome.
And his affirmation means a lot.
That's awesome.
He's shared that his admiration or acknowledgement of your professional and personal growth. Maybe I'm talking out of school here, but he's like, I'll tell you, Greg, he's really just grown or matured or whatever it is. So he's a huge fan.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah. Through all those years, and you had so many different experiences, it sounds like, with different companies, different positions, but you were still pretty young doing all this. Is there something you wish you would have done differently during those years? Or if you could go back, is there a different way you would have approached things professionally?
I mean, if I were doing anything different, it would have been not go to Atlanta from college. It would have been to go to a bigger market. That would have been maybe more technical or something. I mean, path of least resistance. Like, ultimately, a friend got me an interview. That's how I got into tech. I am not a pure computer technical guy. I fell in love with it because I find it super interesting. And and even when I went to work at this company, I grabbed this guy who's now a great friend. And I go, hey man, he's a wonderful surfer dude, the Atlanta surfer. And I go, can you show me what the hell this is? And he walked me into the data center. He's like, this is what this is. This is what this is. I'm like, thank you. And then I was like, oh, cool. Like, this actually, I understand its power. I really do. I understand what it does. And it does, if you really think about it, like, we live in the operations of IT world. And operations, I had a CIO I respect a lot said the other day, it was just kind of loosely saying it. He's like, it's the engine. And if the engine doesn't work, nothing works. Because it's not sexy, but it's the engine. And I think people overlook that. And so I really fell in love with that. I'm like, so this is cool that we can do this. And that enables this person who's here to work and be safe, be secure. And like, I just find it interesting. But I've had something like, dude, if you went into New York and in big finance, this could have been your journey, or that could have been your journey. So maybe just not taking the easiest path, like I said, I think my world is like, I've stayed an easy path until something else disrupts it.
Mm-hmm.
But from that other disruption comes new growth.
So,
and maybe that's just the universe. Like, okay, cool, dude, you're going to go this way until I knock you off your rocker, because that's what you need for your growth.
Were you able to keep a growth mindset through all those years working in corporate, or do you think it affected?
Yeah, no. So in corporate, I remember I've got a boss who's a great dude. And I remember sitting down with him. I go, when do you think? He kind of couldn't answer the question. We kind of sort of had this great philosophical conversation that led us to a great relationship now, and we get to work together still. But it was just kind of like, man, like we work at this frenetic pace that you put us through, 8,000 TPS reports. What did you do for me yesterday? Blah, 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 blah. Like, when do you sit back and go, how do I get better? And I think, and then these two guys who own this company, they were recruiting me to leave Cisco and join them. And they sat me down and they go, what are you doing at Cisco? Your personality isn't built for that. You're like, you should be on the partner side, this, that, and the next. It was a sales pitch, a little bit. They're trying to recruit me. But it was great because it made me go, you're right. And then I left.
Okay, so that was the catalyst to get you.
It was a bit of the catalyst. It was a bit of the, I was like, I don't want to work here anymore. But that was the potential side. The negative side was back then, in corporate America's model is they shuffle the accounts a lot. Right, Brian?
Oh, yeah.
And I had done a project with a guy in Palm Beach, and it was like one of the largest IT projects his company has ever done. And I looked at it and I go, this man is trusting me that this will work, because that's the reality.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's no one else in this particular. In many cases, I am often the only person that needs to be in the room. And I was like, this is how this is going to work, and this, that, and the next, and blah, blah, blah. And he trusted me that I would make sure it works. And that happened at the end of Cisco's fiscal year. And 2 weeks later, they're like, not your account anymore. Go here. And I'm like, no. They're like, excuse me? I'm like, no. They're like, no, this person's going to manage it. I'm like, I mean, she could get all the credit if you want, but I'm not leaving that man. And that's when I was like, this isn't for me.
Yeah.
I'm the type of person when the work starts after the order. That's who I am. And I just had to say, like, I had to honor that. Like, I have to be on that side of the house. I can't be on the side of the house where you close the deal and you move on.
It's not, you're not the transactional type. You're the relationship
You're
guy.
a relationship guy.
And I want to do right by people.
Yeah.
Like, everything is a level of trust. And what we often miss in my industry is that most sellers don't realize how much work it is after you sell something.
Mm-hmm.
They don't take the time to understand what Brian has to do
Mm-hmm.
after he places the order,
Mm-hmm.
and how hard that is.
Mm-hmm.
And how if it doesn't work together, if it doesn't work well, like that's when the work really begins.
Totally.
And by the way, I like work.
Yeah.
I want to be there. That's where the value is.
Yeah.
Right? That's where the real value is. And so I love that. I appreciate it more. And that's when I kind of started to look.
So just before I ask my next question, I'm curious. It sounds, I'm not sure what I think the answer to this is going to be, but have you ever had imposter syndrome?
Oh yeah.
I thought you were going to say no.
All the time.
Because everything you've taught from captain of soccer, captain of football, doing the play, everything you've done, you just tackle it.
Well,
and it made me think, and I know we've talked about some of that was maybe coping and all that, but I thought you were going to say no. I really did think you were going to say no.
So I answered it wrong. I said all the time. I mean all the time now.
Okay. So
and what I mean by that is,
okay.
So yeah, I'll explain. So it's funny because when I left Cisco, it was a path. Someone offered me something.
Mm-hmm.
So someone came to me, and they were a small company, and they said, "Hey, we'll give you X% of my business to come join me." And I was like, "Holy shit, this is great!" You know? Yeah.
So you were going to be part owner of a business, basically.
Correct, of a partner. And I was like, "I'm going to take that."
Yeah.
You know, and so I do it, and I leave. And then I go back to one of my Cisco buddies who's in channels, and he goes to me, he goes, I don't get it. He goes, you got this many employees, you do about this much in revenue. How do you make any money? And I was like, oh shit, I didn't ask that question. I just took the job.
Yeah.
I never asked the guy, how you doing? His wife was an MBA. So I was like, we got to be great.
Yeah.
She's an MBA. That turns out she was a scientist who also got an MBA.
Oh.
Didn't ask that question. Greg is sometimes very much like, oh, cool, go. Looks great.
Mm-hmm.
That's the confidence. Like, I'll figure it out when I get there. And that was really my decision. I was like, if I screw this up, I'll go back to Cisco. Or like, these guys are hiring. Yeah, one of these companies will hire me back. I'm pretty good at I'm pretty good at this selling thing. At that point, I had established that I knew how to do it.
You had a safety net.
And then you begin to compare yourself to others. And you're like, okay, we've been in a room together, this person and I can do this job with some of the best, so I'm good. And that gave me confidence to take risks. And I was reading this book called Right Risk it was written by the guy who jumped off of a high dive into through a ring of fire into a pool. And it was just about calculating risk. So I'm like, I can do this. This is not that risky.
Mm-hmm.
And so I got there, and the market crashed. Two weeks later.
So what
was that?
2008?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like 2 weeks later.
Okay.
Shit.
And all tech spending kind of dried up.
Everything dried up.
Yeah.
You know, and it was like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. And my buddy had just said, how do you guys make any money? Right.
Yeah.
And oh, by the way, and I went from making a lot of money to no money. Now, my dad had
left Cisco, you had left Cisco.
Yeah.
Okay.
And my dad had always instilled in me a great deal of saving. Even had mentors who would say, if you can't live on your base,
mm-hmm.
you're spending too much, right?
Mm-hmm.
In sales. And so I had saved a lot. And I had a 401k from the day I started at work, even though I barely made any money because dad shoved that down my throat.
Yeah.
And so at one point I was like 31 years old and said to myself, I have a 401k and a retirement, and none of my friends do. So I've got a head start. I could stop putting money into those things. So I'm a fairly analytical and mathematical guy. So I was like, oh, wait a minute. I knew how compounding worked. And I was like, I'm going to be okay. But that scared me. Market crash, how you guys going to make any money? That was a real, you are an idiot. And so I literally took almost no money in salary so that we could keep employees for several months. I'm like, all right, don't pay me. Because I talked to the guy and he's like, yeah, well, we got some problems. I'm like, don't pay me. Put it in arrears and make sure these guys are all paid because we have to keep the talent, and
what did you do? What was the company?
Exact same thing I do now.
Which
explain. Let's call it a Cisco reseller partner.
Okay.
A company that brings solutions to companies like hospitals and schools and enterprises.
Okay.
And we will sell them the product. We'll design a solution for them. We'll sell them the product and we'll help them in the implementation in areas that they need.
Okay.
And then we may manage it for them. So the full suite of services.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what you were doing when you when you became a partner.
You're going to come be my VP of sales.
Okay. Okay.
With no sales guys.
Okay.
Working for a super, now that we understand how autism works and as for a very on that side of the spectrum, brilliant engineer, but
right.
Not a people person.
Right.
Right. And
how long did you go where you weren't taking a salary?
About 3.5 months. I was like, dude, I need something. And then I sold some shit. And revenue came in.
Yeah.
And he had some weird practices and I was like, that's not going to work, man. He's like, no, they have to pay us first before we do that. I'm like, that's not going to work, man. I'm I'm calling on big boys.
Yeah.
You don't go to big boys and say, hey, this is how this works. You give me the money, then I buy it. They're like, next.
All the big boys back then were going from I'll pay you in 30 days to can I pay you in 120 days?
Everybody's stretching.
Yeah, everyone's stretching.
Those were tough days. And so it's like, well, let's go build a relationship with a creditor, like, or the distributor. Like you just figure it out.
Yeah.
Like, you know? And so everything started to get better, but he and I had conflicts, you know, tough engineer, literally just didn't understand the way it all works and would get in my stuff. And one time he's like, I just watched you get out negotiated. You're terrible. I'm like, dude, stop listening to my phone calls. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just didn't understand.
There was no trust.
None.
Not.
I don't think he trusted anyone.
Right.
Zero trust.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, come to find out, I didn't know this, he was adopted.
Mm-hmm.
Come to find out that the reason the company was in his wife's name is because he had filed for bankruptcy twice already. So we don't have any credit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he's a pilot and we fly to a couple different projects and he's telling me all these different things and I'm getting to know him and I'm trying to work through it, but we're bumping heads. I'm like, shit, what am I going to do about this? And anyway, you know, we're working it out, but I'm not really ready to leave or anything. I'm like, I just got to figure this out. And he's like, hey, I had landed Tiger Direct at the time. And he's like, let's go to Chicago, check out one of the warehouses. And from there, we'll fly to Colorado. We'll go skiing. Want to do that? And we'll work on the relationship. And my wife my girlfriend, now wife, had an event. And she was like, it's this really awesome event that, you know, her company was sponsoring, this big charity event. She's like, I'm like, I can't, dude. I really didn't want to.
Yeah.
I didn't want to because it was like, I don't want to sit on a plane with you, you know. And so he took one of our other engineers. They flew to Chicago, did the job, and then they were supposed to fly out the next day, but he wanted to get there. He's like, let's fly at the night so we could ski in the morning. And they decided to leave at like 11 p.m. They left and at 1,000 feet didn't check in, and he lost an engine in the plane. And crashed, and he died.
Both of them?
Both of them died. Yeah.
Oh my
What a
goodness.
trip.
Wow.
So now I get a phone call like 5 a.m. From his uncle who was working for us, and he's like, we lost him. And
also, that's a experience for you because that's a near-death experience.
yeah, totally. Someone was looking over my, like, dad was watching out for me for sure.
That's a whole thing.
No question.
Wow.
No question. I mean, I've done a bunch of stupid shit that, like, I was like almost died right there. Like,
well, that's GenX.
Yeah. Well, I've done like, you know, like, hey, I shouldn't have jumped off of that. You know, how did I do that? How did I dive off of that platform 60 feet and not break my back? You know, like someone's looking out for me every now and again.
Sure,
I started to think maybe I should make better decisions, but
it was the bike rides to tithe. It was the tithing.
It's the tithing.
It was the tithing.
Totally the tithing.
It was the commitment. But
maybe.
But honestly, that's literally a near-death experience. There's no question.
No question. I should have been on that plane.
Yeah. So what happened?
And sometimes I think had I been there, I'd have been like, no, we're going to dinner. We've had a long day. I'm not getting on this, you know, let's just go to dinner and relax. Like, dude, we could have just as good a time here. You know,
do you torment yourself with that kind of shit?
I was just about to say, have you flipped that coin in your head a lot?
No longer. But sure.
For a while.
For a long while.
Yeah. So, are you now in charge of like after that happened, then were you in charge of
everyone's looking at me. What do we do?
High achiever. Again.
What do we do? I'm like,
fix it.
Fudge.
Yeah.
What do we do? I'm like, I don't know. You know, like, I don't know what to do. We buried 2 people. We attended 2 funerals. And I remember going to lunch after the second funeral and literally one person said, so, okay, Greg, what's next? Like someone wanted to know because like, are we going to get paid? And part of me was like, but the truth is I had no, like, just like a glimmer of ill will for the question. It was more like, I was a little upset because I had to answer it.
Yeah.
But I didn't disrespect the guy for asking. I'm like, you got to take care of your family. Of course you want to know where your next paycheck's coming. You like working here. You just don't want to. And so we held it together. His wife was in charge. His father comes out of retirement, middle management at American Express, and he's like, I'll take over. You gonna do what? It's like, and I have at this point, I'm like 32 years old. I don't know about legal. I don't like, I'm just like, what do I do? And, you know, we're talking about the guy with the one finger typing, click, click, Clique. He has been retired for a while, you know, I'll take over. And, you know, the one thing I know how to do is pick up the phone, move the business forward, execute on what we've promised. So it's just really hard work for a little while. And then I asked them if I could buy it.
How long between the plane crash and you buying the company?
I didn't buy the company.
Oh, okay.
I asked them.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Because they made it clear they were going to sell it. So I said, well, if you're going to sell it, I'd like to buy it. I know everything about it. I think I can make a fair offer. And 5-6 months to answer your question.
Okay.
But they were the ones who said we're going to sell it. And unfortunately, a business broker got involved and promised the world and set a price that I was unwilling to pay, but because I knew the financials. I'm like, I'm sorry, sir, Dad, it's not worth that. And I felt bad because, you know, they'd come to me with some like weird, like, okay, but you can only buy 75%, but you can't do this. And you're like, all these kind of wonky rules. And it was a first time for them, you know, and I felt bad for his wife because she's grieving.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, you need to, like, you have 2 kids. Like, you guys need to go deal. I'm like, I've been through some of this. Like, you need to go deal. And they didn't, you know, they were like, nope, heads down. And I'm like, cool. You should go grieve. And I think they had a lot of trust in the father to do things, but yeah, it wasn't like someone had put a bug in his ear and what he thought it could be worth. And I was like, I'm not going to pay that. And they're like, I think you need to leave.
Wow.
Oh, wow. So they brought in a broker to come value the business. The broker overvalued it. And you were like, and then they started playing games.
Yeah. I don't even think the broker did a real valuation.
Yeah.
I think the broker took some relatively miscellaneous data.
Yeah.
And like we knew how the books worked really well. Like I knew how the books worked. I knew how the books worked. So.
And then they asked you to leave.
They asked me to leave. And unfortunately said, and I don't see your name on any of this paperwork.
So your name wasn't on anything?
Greg did a lot of this on a handshake. I don't know why I refer to myself in the third person. That sounds stupid. But I did this on handshakes.
You were also young.
By the way, it was only a couple, like I was even like a year into this journey with this guy. So we just like, hey, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. It wasn't that I was foolish and said, oh, I'll just handshake this. We just got to work.
Yeah.
And we were working and, you know, and like, okay, like we could do this. And, you know, we'll go settle it down. That was a stupid thing to do in retrospect. But
you were young.
Honestly, it worked out.
You know, a lot of 31-year-olds dealing with this.
Yeah,
like,
no.
But it worked out because the entanglement for you was far less. You could probably walk away. I'm sure we're going to get there in 2 minutes, but you could leave and not have any strings attached.
Correct.
Yeah.
So
only guilt.
Only if you have, if you're willing to take that on. Yeah.
Guilt because I'm honestly, I'm looking at a single mom.
Yeah.
Who's dealing with a lot. And I just was like, man, this is so hard on her.
What happened to the company?
They sold it. You know, they really wanted to keep the name, which I understand the pride piece, you know. But they sold it to these guys who had a small company down in Miami, and it cratered in less than a year.
Oh, that's horrible.
I mean, I was the engine.
Mm-hmm.
They just didn't recognize. They didn't recognize it.
Yeah.
And I was like, you know, the reality is in a small business, especially a startup like that, I was sales guy, project manager, service delivery leader. Like the only thing I didn't do is the actual engineering. Yeah. You know, but I still put the people in positions to like, hey, you need to go here. This guy needs this. You need this, and this.
Well, that's that disruption you talked about and then would trigger or ignite or spark the growth mindset. So you had this disruption, you leave Cisco, you leave that linear path.
Yeah.
And then talk about the exact opposite path. Like it's all over. It's like, it's like a scribble page of a path, but I'm sure it challenged you. You were super uncomfortable. You had to get creative. You know, you had to get scrappy and then you go through this whole emotional thing with this near-death experience, and then this guilt, and this wife with this mom with these 2 kids. So what an experience. And you're still so young in your life going through all that. But during this time, you also met your current wife, right?
Yeah, so we had started dating.
So how did you meet
her there?
How did you meet her?
Oh, okay. So well, the way it works is that we connected on Facebook. And it happens to be that her name and my mom's name are the same.
Oh, wow.
So I have an Oedipus complex, clearly. And so at the time, my mom had joined this singles sailing club.
Cool.
Exciting, right? Like I was like, great, Mom. Great way to meet people.
Yeah.
Sailing, singles.
Was she still over on the West Coast?
Yes. Yes. So that's cool.
Yeah.
I'm like, good for you, Mom. And at the same time, my wife had started a clothing company.
Oh, cool.
The clothing company was called Real Naughty, spelled ReelNauti.
Okay.
Which I think is brilliant.
Yeah.
By the way, like,
yeah,
I still think there's possibility there. Like,
yeah.
she's like, it fizzled. And I'm like, man, that name is so money. Anyway,
hopefully
trying to give it to our oldest, like, hey, can you run with this?
I hope, I assume you own the domain.
Yeah, I think we,
I think
we own the trademark. I think she owns the domain. No, she owns the domain because she still gets an email there.
Good.
So I get an email.
Double check before we put this up.
Right. So I get an email. Hey, everybody, I'm getting off Facebook. You can find me at this email. To which I reply, Mom, what the hell is this organization you joined? Blah, I can't believe this. This is terrible, blah, blah, blah. To which I get a reply, not your mother.
That is quite a first impression.
Yeah. I mean, so here's what's funny. Like, we're from the same hometown. Our parents worked together.
Oh my gosh.
We hooked up. And the part she loves more than anything else is that she's shown our daughters, and our daughters love it. She has a yearbook. And there I am with a big circle around me and the word asshole.
Wait, when did you guys hook up?
I mean, we kissed her, so, back in 8th grade, or
so you know what I mean? To middle school together.
Let me rephrase. I tried and she shot me down. I'm sorry, honey.
So
be clear about that.
Was she at the public school with you or the private school?
The Catholic.
The Catholic school. Okay, so you knew her, but then weren't in contact with her at all.
Not really. Yeah.
Until you thought she was your mom on Facebook.
Yeah, until I got that email. Yeah.
Or
and then I go, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Can I buy you a glass of wine to say,
okay.
Sorry.
Oh, that was that was like, let me take you out.
Yeah, let me take you out for a glass of wine. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I think I had known.
That's awesome.
I think I had known that she had a child as well.
Wait, were you guys Facebook friends because of knowing each other back in middle school?
I mean, back then, like, Facebook was just starting. Like, you just connected.
Okay,
like,
so
it was just like, 1 degree of separation.
Okay, so when you
we still have a big same circle of friends.
Okay, so when you responded
only
back,
a year younger than us.
She knew who you were. You weren't just this guy.
1000%.
Okay.
1000%.
So you take her out. And
like I said, our parents work together. Like, we know each other.
Right.
Like, there's
history. See, so you were vetted.
Yeah, I was vetted.
When you asked her out. So why did she?
I tell the version I tell my daughters is that your mom's been chasing me the whole time.
Yeah.
All right. So we're clear.
Wait, did you ever get an answer why she wrote asshole next to your picture?
You know what? It's so funny. We all just laugh about it, and I probably go, well, the answer is because I was. So.
But I wonder what triggered her to do that act. Because
that's a great question, and I will go ask her that this evening.
You did something, because a girl doesn't just do that randomly. That's a result of something. You did something.
Don't stir the pot here. They got a good thing going here. Yeah.
Thank you. That's wonderful. I'm going to chase that.
Okay, so
the girls are gonna love this.
So you guys go out, and was that it from that
glass of wine, and we kind of just started talking and realized, like, similar journeys. I was so impressed with, like, she was 21 when she had her daughter. And she just rolled up her sleeves and said, I got this.
Did she marry the father?
No.
Okay.
And she just made it. She tried to make it work, but she also made a decision. She's like, this isn't the guy for me.
Yeah.
And she was so courageous. She was like, I'll do this on my own.
Was she in college at the time?
No.
Had she been?
Just like, no, like,
okay.
Her journey was different. She didn't go straight to college. She's at one point, she like bounced around and traveled and went to fish shows.
Nice.
Yeah, she's a hippie. I call her a rich hippie now, but she's a hippie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She wears the fancy clothes, but they still look hippie-ish.
Yes.
Isn't that great, right?
You know we're deadheads,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, totally. Like she would love this.
Say no more.
Yeah.
I understand exactly.
But you know what I mean? But now the clothes are nicer and they're softer and they fit better. And
Listen, good hippie clothes are
she
not
like used
cheap.
to make her own clothes, like while she was on the road.
Nice.
That's awesome.
So she like as soon as high school, she like left. Like as soon as she's like, I gotta do me.
Yeah.
And so I had just so much respect. It reminded me of my mom. She's like that tough, like, I'm going to figure this out. I just had so much respect for that. And so that endeared me to her. And then we just got to know each other. And we had just these really interesting things in common. It's like, she's a thespian. Our love for theater is the same. Like one of our second or third date, I think she took me to a Hurricanes football game.
Nice.
Yeah. And it was so funny. Or like, went to this game. She's got this friend who's like, who are you? I don't like you. Like always protecting.
You're the asshole.
I don't like you. Who are you? What are you trying to do with my friend? And I'm like, you're crazy. And she's like, rah, rah, rah. And then it was so funny. You're tailgating. Everybody gets tuned up. It's so funny because her brother's really protective. Like he's several years younger than her, but like is tough. You know, Marine, tough dude. And we get hammered, and he and his buddy are trying to kick my ass. Like, not like trying, but like male wrestle me.
Yeah.
And they're so drunk. They're running at me, and I'm like, ole, like a bullfighter. Woo! And they would fall on the ground. It was like, this is hysterical, you know, like it was just, and it was fun. It was family, you know, it was always for Jody, it's always about family. And I love that about her. You know?
She brought that
absolutely
into your world.
And it made me realize, and I didn't even know that, like, I didn't know what it is, like what I wanted, but like to me, family is so important. She comes from an amazing family. Not that mine isn't, but like they're big, strong, you know, they've got their own issues for sure. Everyone does, but like big, strong family and care very much about that. Like old Irish Catholic, you know.
Well, she accepted your daughter too.
She did.
As her own.
She did. Very much so.
It's really cool.
And inspired me to be the same.
So she knew you had a daughter too.
Oh yeah,
you guys.
Yeah, like it was first date. The first date was the whole thing. Like, so hey, what is single parenting? Yada yada.
So how long did you guys date before you got engaged?
If I get this answer wrong, you know I'm in so much trouble. Can I just say a couple of years?
Sure.
Okay, great.
Sure. And you guys, did you live together before you?
Yeah, so we did like a year of dating, then a year living together.
I always say people should live together before they get married.
But that year of living together was with her daughter.
Yeah, very tumultuous.
And then your daughter.
Yeah.
So if you could get through that, you can handle marriage.
Yeah.
The two of you. Like that was a great test.
Yeah. It was
tough. Like if we can do this,
and we still,
can do it.
You know, what's so funny is we still had a lot of fun because the girls were old enough we could leave. So our dating experience was fun because we were living together. We were living in East Fort Lauderdale. We rented this home in East Fort Lauderdale. And so she and I would go out for date night a lot. And we'd have fun. And like I'd come home and scare the kids. I had like this skull mask and I'd call the girls like, hey, we're going to be about 30 minutes. You guys good? And then I would immediately.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's great. Like Halloween's a big fan. Yeah.
So was there school in East Fort Lauderdale then?
I went to Heritage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's why we ended up moving. It's like we were like, okay, well, this doesn't work for us.
Yeah.
So we moved west to Plantation because Jody's like, I just don't want my daughter driving on I-95. Like, I don't want to have to drive all the way out to Plantation. And then when she's old enough to drive, I don't want her on 595 all the time.
Yeah,
like she's always, she puts the girls first always. Like it's not even a discussion. The girls first always. She puts everyone. Sometimes I wish she was more selfish. I'm like, be more selfish. You're allowed to. You know, you always put everyone else in front of your own needs, but that's who she is. And so yeah, we moved to Plantation, and then we finally bought our home that we were in Plantation for about 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what did she do for a living during those years?
She's in marketing. She worked for a construction company and ran their marketing group. Yeah.
And then when everything kind of fell apart with that company and you left,
she was there.
She was there supporting you. You 100%. Had that. So, and it makes me feel like that's the first time, because you've had a lot of those moments where things have just, and it's the first time you had a partner there, a rock supporting you. So that's really nice.
Like, you can do this.
Yeah, that you had that.
Like, if you don't, I got you, you know,
Yeah.
type
Were you
thing.
guys
So,
married yet, or
No.
just stayed? So were you guys living together when all that
No.
happened? Okay. And then, yeah, a lot of steps together. You had that,
so much going
and then
on.
living together, and then the 2 girls. So a lot of you guys went through a lot even before getting married. You know, it's interesting. I remember you said that comes from this military family and is very black and white, but yet that's such a contrast to a fish head.
Yeah. Oh, trust me.
But you know
Like,
what? If you meld them, it's a great combination. If you meld those 2 aspects of a personality, it's very balanced.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, she's because, like, as an example, during COVID, she's like, let's just take off. And we drove. She was like, let's go to Maine. And we just, let's grab the girls. Let's grab, not the girls, because the other 2 were in college. And she's like, screw it. We'll, if you don't have to be anywhere, let's just go up there. And we stayed in their family home in Maine for like almost 2 months during COVID. It was great.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was super. And it was her idea. Like, let's go.
Yeah.
And so she's got that, that sort of peace, love, happiness,
adventure
vibe about her.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes when things are in order and organized and have a system, it actually creates the space to be spontaneous and adventurous.
Yeah.
Because everything's kind of taken care of. So now you can bounce off that strong foundation and go have some fun.
Yeah.
So that's why it's a nice little balance. So where'd you guys get married?
Isla Morada.
Nice.
Yeah.
And then had you taken your next step professionally before you guys got married, or were you still in limbo?
No. I think I had. Yeah, no. So I had started the company.
The company you own now
today. Yeah.
So how long from the time you stopped at that other company to you starting your new company? How much time?
30 days.
Okay, so you went for it.
Oh, right for it. Yeah.
So did you kind of already know?
It was a mulligan.
Okay.
It was a mulligan.
Okay.
And you know what a mulligan is?
No.
In golf terms.
In golf, you hit a bad shot.
Okay.
And you just put another one down and you hit a second one.
Okay.
Yeah.
You forget about that one.
I was waiting for him to kind of maybe explain that. I'm glad you said something.
Thanks, Brad. We take few of them, don't we?
I never take them when I'm golfing.
Yes, because you're very good. Yes.
He can tell when I don't know something, but usually I ask, but I thought he was maybe going to explain.
No,
okay. Okay.
Yeah. So I quickly said I can do this.
Okay.
And if I don't, I don't. And I went and got, I have a business partner. He and I worked on it together. I said, let's go get the financing worked out so we can make a transaction.
Mm-hmm.
And let's find a couple very key, very important people, 2 really amazing dudes who are brilliant. And I loved every minute working with those guys. And we brought them on and said start, and we got 1 account and we got a 2nd account.
What's the name of your company?
Greyson Technologies.
Okay. And that was what, like 15 years ago?
15 and a half. Yeah.
It's been that long?
Yeah.
Wow. Congrats.
Thank you.
That's
awesome.
Amazing.
It really is amazing. I mean, you think about it, like if you think about what brought you to that point, but I'm still wondering, where's the imposter syndrome? Because it doesn't sound like there's any imposter syndrome.
When I'm by myself, there. I want, we live in an industry of very big boys, billion-dollar companies, multi-billion-dollar companies. You see growth all around you, whether it be real, fake, LinkedIn, or what, you see it all around you. And so every now and again, I go, am I, am I good enough?
Yeah.
I'll ask myself. And then I'm on boards, and I'll sit in boards with some really big time folks. That gives me the occasional imposter. So I'm like, do I know shit? Or, but what's funny is I go through some of it, and then I also spend some time with some big hitters, and you go, they don't know what they're doing either. I mean, we do, but we also don't. And I thought you guys would get a kick out of this. I was texting a buddy of mine. So I was a part of an organization that brings entrepreneurs together. And then within that, you get into these small circles. It's called Entrepreneurs Organization. And you get into this forum. And my forum mates, you get really close to these guys. And I've gotten super close with my forum mates. And I was texting one of them who is now he's like my brother, and he's my little bro. And I text him, I go, man, you ever have one of those days where you just want to kill everybody? You know, and we're joking, right? But like, you just like everything, like every person in your path, you just want to have, it's just is agitated confrontation. He goes, like Tuesdays? I go, it's very funny. I go, Tuesdays tend to be tougher. And we were joking, and he goes, and then, you know, I'll read it to you because it was just so right, you know? And I go, man, this is so accurate. And he goes, he wrote, I'm sorry for the delay. He goes,
you're fine.
He goes, because I said to him, I'm like, man, and you know, like you're having one of these things and you're working on your planning. It tends to pop up when you're working on your planning, because when you're working on your planning, you do start to talk about your warts. What do you want to fix? Right? When you say, what do you want to fix? You're admitting that these things are wrong. And it's really funny because I think everyone thinks that CEOs and entrepreneurs like have it figured out. And we don't. Right. And we have some things figured out. I mean, we're not, you know, making it up, but like you want to fix your warts. And I go, yeah, man. And I'm like, and I said to him, I go, yeah, this planning and explaining, I go, how the fuck is this still a problem? And he replies, and then I go with, how did I let it get this way? Which is followed by, why do I fucking suck? Which is followed by, I hate myself. Which is followed by a long joint and a long walk. And it's interesting because I think what people don't realize is, especially entrepreneurs and business owners, you do blame yourself. You're like, I'm responsible for everything, no matter what. And so if someone's failing, it's my fault. It's ultimately always my fault. That's what the captain of the team is supposed to think about, right? It's like, I'm responsible for everyone's success. And they're accountable to what they need to do. I believe that, like, hey, you're professionals, go be it. But the reality is, you know, I always first say to myself, like, did I fail them? Am I not coaching them right? Am I not holding them accountable? Am I not doing this? Mike Krzyzewski talks about this a lot in his book, where one of his coaches would come up to him and say something to the effect of like, hey, coach, that player, he just doesn't have it. And he'll be like, did you coach him? Yeah, I coached him. Where did you coach him? How did you coach him? What was going on in his life when you coached them? And it made me think like, oh, that's interesting, in that to connect to someone, there's a lot more going on. And oftentimes we say, well, I told them what to do and they didn't get it, and that's their fault. Bullshit. I don't believe that at all. Because I really feel like you have to understand where someone's at in the journey. Because like, if you're a good coach, you're going to figure out a way to crack that nut in some way, shape, or form. If you're a good coach, you're going to improve that person in some way, shape, or form. Now, you may not get what you want ultimately. And of course, there's always that, like, someone may not want it. Someone may not get it. Someone may not have passion for it. So there's reasons why someone may not work out. But I think we often don't reflect, or not a lot of people think about it that way, but I do think a lot of entrepreneurs think the way me and my friend do, where it's like, you blame yourself if you're not getting the best out of people.
It's almost like you guys take imposter syndrome and then leads to self-awareness, which leads to accountability. You guys use it as a positive tool to then look inward on yourselves and how can you do better for the people that work for you or for what you're responsible for. But it doesn't derail you. It doesn't stop you. It doesn't make you question yourself so much that you lose confidence and you give up. It actually motivates you to do better.
Not at first, it didn't. So when JD says I've grown, the truth is, at first it's very lonely. So that person that I'm referring to who wrote that text, and he and I are 15 years into our journeys each, right? I remember when he and I talked about joining this forum, and I told him about my business. He's like, damn, can I come work for you? And now he kills me. His business is amazing. But for several years there, there was a window where I got, you're lonely. There's no one you can, like when things aren't going well, there's no one you can really talk to. That's why you have these organizations, you know, that's why they exist, really. And so, you know, people often talk about how lonely it is at the top. And, you know, what I did not have strong emotional intelligence and did not have great awareness. And I had crazy teenage daughters in the house, and there's a lot going on, right? And and I definitely had a period where I didn't handle it well, and I was disruptive, and it stalled us, and it rubbed people the wrong way. And I, candidly, I hurt a good relationship in my life because of that, right? Because of the poor way I handled things. Like one of my best friends who became a friend instead of one of my best friends, just because of the way I treated him. And I had to learn from that. And it's therapy. Like I'm a big fan of just any type of therapy. I've met with 4 or 5 different kinds at different times in my life, just because I feel like therapy is a really cool way to just vent without judgment. And I think that's just therapeutic in and of itself.
Yes.
Okay. But I definitely met someone along the way who's like, let's break down your personality. So I started doing personality tests. And they're like, you understand, like, this is your fight or flight, and that's why you're acting this way. And for me, when someone started showing me the way the puzzle was put together, it made it very easy for me to go, cool, I don't have to do that again. And I started thinking and reading a little bit about Stoicism and really just kind of trying to be less emotional, more thoughtful about the things I do. Now I'm still an Italian crazy man who will be passionate, sometimes a little impatient, and every now and again, you know,
yeah.
But, you know, the loneliness is, you know, like why do I suck? I hate myself. Like that's a glimmer that, you know, that used to be long and hurtful. And, you know, like when you're hurt, you have a fight response, right? Or a fight or flight response. So like for me, my response was like, I'm going to be combative. Many people get distant and then their businesses will fail because they run away from them. They'll just ignore them, put their head in their sand. So, you know, it took me a while to learn how to be better at dealing with it. But, you know, when I get into a dark place about anything going on, I just remind myself that like, I am so lucky to have this stress. So many people would trade me to be like, I'd love to know what that looks like. It sucks.
Yeah.
But they'd love to know what it looks like, you know, to have the journey and to learn from it. And so I've been, you know, it helps me snap out of my dark place to remind myself that like, it's pretty cool.
That's such a great perspective to think about when you're really under stress because as a result of something that you're working hard on, that so many people would love to have this kind of stress. That's such a great perspective. That is such a great perspective. And I mean, the growth you've gone through when you do have those moments, and like you said, it's almost like a snapshot now. It doesn't take you down for a super long length of time. But are those moments also positive for you because it shows you how far you've come?
Yeah. Those are pretty neat. Like I'll share something. So I had a moment today. This is a really neat thing for me. So my daughter's helping the business out a little bit from a recruiting perspective. It's her background while she's doing her MBA. And, but she gets invited to company events, if you will. We had a big all hands today. And I try to, you know, tell the team how we did, what we're working on, and really try to connect the dots on some motivation. And she called me right after. She's literally tearing up. She's like, that's one of the coolest things, you know, like, so like she got to see dad at work. Now, I don't know if my employees thought it was as cool, but for her to see it for the first time, you know, that was really nice.
That's awesome.
And yeah, it was a really cool experience.
Cool.
And so,
yeah,
like how do you introduce the kids to work? Right. That's not always the easiest thing. I think, sometimes we often think what we do is boring.
Yeah.
Right. Like try to tell the story about building networks.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
Not
cool.
so cool. Yeah. Let me show you my whiteboard.
Yeah.
You don't understand this packet. Yeah. Like, no. So,
that's funny.
Right. So, yeah. And so
that's a great moment.
Yeah. And those are the little things that help. Also, like I've seen some people leave the organization and grow and be better. That, not always is everyone going to recognize the skills they've developed, like I don't need the credit, but like when I see someone else be successful, I think that I've taught them some of that. And like, that's what I really hope for the people around me, that they're all growing in some way, shape, or form. That's the hardest thing. What's really hard is like, I want to grow bigger so that I have more responsibility to offer people. And so whenever I'm not growing as fast as I want, part of it is like, I want to be able to offer more to the team so that they can continue to grow. Right. And there's like only sometimes there's limitations in that, because like revenue is revenue. And if you can't just give a whole bunch of people a bunch of jobs if there's no money around, and that kind of stuff. And so sometimes they have to leave to go find their other journey. But I hope that over time, the people that have been through the organization have grown, and will use something that they learned in some way, shape, or form in another place.
I'm sure their experience at your company has been pivotal to the trajectory of their life. There's no question about it. And I think your intent with your company is so authentic and positive, that you're wanting to grow it so you can give more to the people that work for you. That's your intent. I mean, that's just I'm not surprised you're successful and that you've lasted this long because of the authenticity and because of your intent. So many companies, so many CEOs, you can't necessarily say that about. So I think that says a lot for where you are.
I have a question though. How does this tie back to imposter syndrome?
Yeah, so I think the imposter syndrome is when we're not growing.
But do you think that's you've grown your business, I know people that you've developed people. I've seen them go from, I've seen their growth, right? I think you've made a lot of people a lot of money. I think you've developed or deployed some really killer solutions, right? So you, for all intents and purposes, you've made it and you continue to make it. You continue to evolve. I just wonder if that's an expectation you're putting on yourself to not necessarily accept that you've done some really cool shit.
That's 1,000%. Like my wife talks about, like, you're not fair to yourself.
You're what's that?
Your own worst enemy.
Not your own worst enemy, but your harshest critic.
Harshest critic.
Yeah. I had a friend of hers really touched me one time. I was really having a tough go of it for several months, and she had some friends in from London, and it's her best friend, and they live in London, and her husband is this really cerebral. You'd love this dude. He's like, Greg, AI is really important. He gave me one of those, and I'm like, okay, you sound really smart, right? Like, but he is brilliant. He is brilliant, and he's gone through some life experiences. And what's really funny is I'm like, you guys go down to the Keys. I'll meet you there. I got shit to do, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, rush. And I drive down, and I leave the suitcases at the house. Hour and a half, 2-hour drive. Fudge. And I'm like, I'm just going to turn around. I'll just deal with it. And I'm going to drive 2 hours, and 2 hours, 8 to 10, 10 to midnight, or, I'm just going to deal with it. And I remember Mark talking to me, and Mark's like, be kind to yourself, mate. He's like, you're not being kind to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You got a lot going on. And he's giving me this whole thing. And I was like, I've kept that a lot anytime I'm being really hard. Like a lot of people that know me really well know I kick my own butt a lot. So maybe I'm calling it imposter syndrome, but sometimes you wonder if, like people are like, you're an entrepreneur. I'm like, I started one business. You know what I mean? Like I out of desperation because this guy passed.
Yeah. But again, you're 15 years in.
Yeah.
So
like
you got taking stock in that.
Yeah.
You just got to do it sometimes because we are our harshest critic, but also I always say, like, to remind myself, treat yourself, do unto yourself the advice you would give to your best friend. So what would I say if I was my best friend? What would I how would I treat myself, and what advice would I give myself? And I need to treat myself as good as I would treat my best friend.
Right.
And that's hard.
Yeah.
Because we give to our friends and to our family, and then don't even think about ourselves.
No, we never think about ourselves.
No.
Right. I get mad at my wife because I'm like, you don't think about yourself. Like she could literally reverse it.
Exactly.
Like in many respects,
Yeah.
nor do you.
Absolutely.
Which is funny about my buddy's text back to me because it's just so raw and honest, right?
Yeah.
He's just like, and then I'm like, fuck this, then I'm like, fuck that, and then I go smoke a joint and take a walk. And I'm like, yes.
He's right though.
He's right.
Yeah.
He's right.
Because you just go through the emotional ladder, like bang, 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 and then you take a moment. And sometimes, by the way, walking, we talked about that. Like, wow.
It's huge.
Wish I would have realized that was amazing.
I know.
Like, I work out, but walking, for me, it's Blinkist. Like I listen, I do the little micro learning.
Yeah.
And it even helped me today. Like I listened to this thing called The Science of Leadership, and I just kind of went through it. And I was like, oh, that's really interesting. And I pivoted a large part of my presentation today based on what I learned on my walk at 6:30 in the morning.
Yeah. No, walking's insane. I think we mention it in almost every episode. Somehow walking comes up. It's such a gift. So, so you sent 2 off to college?
Yeah.
And that happened a few years apart, right? They're 4 years apart?
Yeah.
So you get one off, another one through high school, another one off to college.
Yeah.
So then are you empty nesters? Were you empty nesters or?
Never empty nesters. We have a 10-year-old.
Okay, so
yeah, we skipped that part.
Yeah, I know.
In between there was another.
Yeah. So then, so you guys get married. You've got your middle schooler. You got your high school. You're humming along.
Right. We
raising
like
these
a year
girls.
later, year and a half later.
A year later.
Well, a year and a half later. So we decided. We looked at each other and we're like, should we have a kid? We're like, I don't know. Like life's pretty good, and we're gonna be empty nesters in like 3 or 4 years. And should we? Should we not? Or it's like 5 years. Should we? Should we not? Should we? Should we not? I'm like, in my head, I'm like, why did we get married if I'm not gonna have a job, right? And so we're like, all right, let's
practice.
It turns out we're both very fertile people because like a day later, she's like, I'm pregnant. I'm like, what up? Right?
That's a good problem.
Right. It is a good problem. We're very blessed. And you know, Presley was born healthy, happy, absolutely unified the family. At the time, the girls weren't that close, but having a sister that they share, oof.
Yeah.
Oof, my little, and she's just the most perfect blend of the two of us. You know, she is as sweet and nice as anyone. Like, she's just so sweet and nice. Absolute kook, hysterical, and the kids at school rip her apart because they all want to spend time with her. So like, she's the best.
Yeah.
And we have just been like, and by the way, like when the girls were young and Presley was young, we had built-in babysitters. So actually the first 3, 4, 5 years of Jody and I it was great parenting.
Yeah.
We're like, we went out on dates all the time. Right now they both went to school. We're like, shit. Not as easy.
No, but
now it's expensive. I gotta babysitters are expensive.
They are. They are.
What a racket.
How wonderful though, honestly, because I always say, because we have a bonus baby.
Yeah.
So, and our oldest and him are 13 years apart, and our daughter and him are 10 years apart. But I always say I didn't know our family wasn't complete until we had him.
Yeah.
And then our family's complete. But for you guys, what a beautiful unifying experience.
Yeah.
Like you said, for the girls. Yeah. And I'm sure Presley's the most parented child out of the whole family, because all of you.
The other two are like, what? Yeah. Like, your favorite. Yeah. I'm like, well, don't tell anyone.
Yeah.
So
we get into that too.
Have they because are they both out of college now?
Yeah, so one's engaged.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, the oldest is engaged. So
that's exciting.
I know. And super dude.
That's awesome.
Super dude.
That's awesome.
So happy. The other one is in Madrid.
Wow.
And with another super dude.
Nice.
And doing a master's program.
Oh, that's awesome.
So, and she's thriving. And so we are we're
wonderful.
So blessed right now.
Now, where does your older one live?
North Carolina.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so how often do you guys all get together?
So we try to do once a year, all 5 of us. Not as often. The short answer is not as often as we want.
Yeah.
With the middle moving to to Madrid, that's going to make things super complicated. Although in November, we're going to see her.
Oh, exciting.
Yeah, she's just got there a couple months ago. So we'll go there and we're going to meet the boyfriend's family.
Is he from there?
Yeah. So he was an exchange student at Indiana University where she went. And that's how they met senior year. And so they fell in love. Then they did a little long distance stuff. So last Christmas, we all went to, we've got a home in the North Carolina mountains. So we all went to North Carolina mountains and we hung out, and it was amazing.
That's
like
wonderful.
It was amazing. It was the oldest and her fiance. That's where he asked her on the deck of the home.
So you guys were there,
right there. Yeah,
it's like Hallmark.
It's really sweet. It really was.
That's awesome.
It really was. He was so nervous. You know, he was like, "This thing burned into my pocket."
Did he ask permission?
He did.
Oh.
And I said, "You asked the wrong person." Because he asked me in a way. He's like, "Greg, I want to do this," and I was like, "What?" And I told Jody, and then somewhat Jody's like, "He is supposed to ask me," and I go, "You're absolutely right." He is. And then I called him. I'm like, "Yo, dude." He's like, "You're right." So he fixed that.
Wonderful.
And then we had a big family reunion. Like we did a big family reunion, like 25 of us or so recently in Maine. And they asked me to officiate the wedding.
Oh,
cool.
Wonderful.
Will it be your first one?
Yeah, I got to go do some stuff, don't I? Jeez, I didn't
when
think
are they
about
getting
that.
married?
Call JD.
When? They don't have a date. It's June, July next year or something. They haven't landed on the exact same date yet.
You have some time.
I do.
To pull together.
Yeah.
So that's lovely.
Yeah, it's really great.
So, I mean, it's just, but you guys are also actively parenting a 10-year-old.
I know. We're going to be, we joke, like we'll be grandparents and have like a teenager.
Yeah, but then the teenager will have a baby to hang when she sees her.
So it's so interesting. I wonder how this is going to go. Like when my wife's oldest has the first grandchild, I'm like, I keep saying to myself, I'm like, am I ever going to, like, Jody's going to be on a plane gone. Thank you. Like, I'm going to be there. Right. So like, it's going to be really interesting on how this all works.
Yeah.
Press and I, like, our relationship's amazing. Like we do a lot of cool stuff together. So we're, it's going to be great. Like, I mean, it'll be a blessing. We'll figure it out, but
you will.
But we're trying to do like a vacation individually with each kid. And then we try to do one everyone.
That kind of goes back to how your dad approached things with you and your brothers.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that.
That's really neat. Kind of a full circle moment.
Yeah, that's totally. I never pieced that together.
Yeah, that's really cool. So is Presley involved in any sports or theater?
Both. She's not the best athlete in that. Like it just doesn't, the eye-hand coordination, all those things don't come super natural. She tries so hard. Like she's a better runner. She's a great swimmer. Got her in golf. Just some running. We're working on some volleyball, but she does love to sing. And she was in the school play, and she is in the choir now, and she's working on that. So she really loves
that.
Awesome. It's got a little bit of a theater bug to her.
That's cool.
Which is really cool. Yeah.
Maybe you'll be running lines with her in a couple of years.
Yeah, totally. Like, let me tell you, like we drive every time we're in the cars. Like, she's like, "Can we put on Kids Bop radio?" And she just she sings every song that plays. Like
that's
everyone,
awesome.
Just belting them out.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's really cool.
That's awesome. Well, I think that's amazing, honestly. I did want to ask you for the younger generation, for the Gen Zs that are just getting out of college or in their mid-20s and are just beginning this journey and trying to figure things out. What's a piece of advice you'd give them?
I mean, I think that, I think that you have to realize that real life is not about instant gratification. And they live in a world where, the social media is instant dopamine trips, right? But the really important things take forever. They take a long time, but they matter more. And those are relationships. And real relationships. And like, I am the most blessed person on relationships. Like my circle of friends is incredible. And when I put them together, like it's like our wedding was magic. It was 3 days of just straight love, like everybody. And so I don't think they have as deep relationships as they could. And I wish they would invest more in deep, good relationships, because that's real. And you know, and I think they have to understand, like especially in my sales world, I see these things where like the gamification of the whole thing, to, you know, like these companies are smart and they're hiring these younger people and they're just like running them like this. And people have no idea. They don't take time to understand what someone else's life is like, was really like, right? Like job to do, transaction, move on. Like they don't necessarily know what the other person on the other side of that transaction has to deal with. And professionally, I think the people that will invest in that and understanding that are going to be more successful than their peers, because that's what will last. And not only that, it'll make them better professionally, because they'll like, it's way easier to work with a person if you understand what they're doing. And you can, you know, they're not going to volunteer it.
Yeah. So
you have to really dig in.
Authenticity, it sounds like, being truly authentic. And
yeah, but like really, like you have to, yes. But I mean, I think that some people think they're authentic because like you ask them about themselves and they're very open. But to me, it's like you have to actually think about like really about the other, what is the other person going through? Like, you really have to stop thinking about yourself and be like, what does this mean to someone else? And I think they have to trust that that works. You know, I don't think they trust that that works because it's not instant. But, you know, if you really care about what someone else is going through, eventually, like it does come back in spades. And my life journey has been a lot of that reward, you know, the doing the right thing, ultimately coming back eventually, over time, and, you know, pinch me because I'm very blessed, but I also did the right thing and worked, you know, worked my tail off and went through some lumps to get there.
When do you think, because I totally agree with you. I feel like I do that more now than I've ever done that before, where I do try to put myself in someone else's mindset to think about it. What did they do? So from the time they woke up, time did they go, you know, that almost get to that level. You need some level of emotional intelligence though to get there, right?
Yeah.
So that's got to be a newer concept for you, don't you think, as opposed to when you first started, obviously?
I wish, you know, I wish someone taught me that.
Yeah.
A long time ago.
Do you think it's teachable, or it's just self-learned through experience?
So I think it's teachable, but whether or not you're ready, I think it has to do with whether or not you're ready to receive it.
Yeah.
So I think it's teachable because, by the way, it was taught to me, but I happen to be in a position in which if I didn't start learning about it, I was in real trouble.
Yeah.
And so I was ready to receive it. And, you know, the person I work with on that, she's like, damn, I love working with you because like I can give you a concept and you just bite it. You're like, I got this. And it's really funny, right? You know, you get a little older and so many of us want to talk about like, well, my childhood was really hard and that's why. The truth of the matter is, you know, at some point you go, all right, my childhood was hard. That triggers this part in me, but I don't have to do that. That's a choice.
Yes.
You know, we all want to blame something. We're really quick to blame why I am the way I am, but we never remember that acting away, or it's a choice. Every day we are filled with choices. Yeah. You know? And so I think that is what we try to coach people on, is like, you're still making a choice. And I've coached like each one on my team, you know, I try to spend as much time as I can with individuals. That's hard to get to everyone, right? Yeah. Interesting. One of our clients, the CIO, posted something the other day about being on a pilot being really upset with all of like yelling and screaming at the people on the carrier, like my plane wasn't ready the way I wanted to, and the admiral or the captain of the ship made him work with each of those individuals. And when you see what they have to go through in the trenches, it makes you a better leader. You can really understand what they're going through. And I can do better at that in spades, even though I still try to do a lot of it, like to really understand what they're going through. I don't think I don't think a lot of people do that.
Yeah.
And I think that's big. But also, you know, a friend of mine who's very successful, he has this saying, because people are like, oh man, I wish I had what you have. You'd be like, take it. Take all of it. Take my whole journey. Take the really, like, you know, take the really hard stuff. You can't have all the good stuff. You got to take all of it. And I think that's a really interesting perspective.
Yeah.
You know, so many people, they just want the good and they don't understand what it takes to get here.
That ties back to when you were talking about the younger generation and that dopamine hit and that instant gratification.
Yeah.
And understanding that there's a journey that got to that reward. There's like they say, you just see the tip of the iceberg, right?
Yeah.
It's that old cliche. There's so much you're not seeing. But it sounds to me like, to sum up what you're talking about, a lot of it's empathy, putting yourself in your client's shoes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And integrity and
Yeah.
empathy, the combination of those two things, making the right decisions, doing the right thing, but then applying empathy, you know, those two together.
Yeah. I think that's a lost skill right now is customer empathy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh God. I think it's unfortunate. I've run into people professionally that have zero. I was in a conversation the other day where some manufacturer's representative came over to my rep and they were like, hey, can we get, you know, you think the customer could sign this contract this month? And my rep's like, no, I don't think so. But, you know, the decision maker is traveling. Oh, well, can't someone else sign it? Yeah. No, the decision maker's traveling. Well, do you think we can contact them? Like, no, they're on vacation in Europe. We'll be like, well, listen, I told my boss I'd bring it in this month. So like, can we just get someone else to do it? Like, can you push it? Can you call his boss? You're like, dude, like, what the hell's going on? Right. It took everything I had not to be like, you need to get the hell out of here, pal. Like, we're not working with you ever again. I was so upset. It made me so mad. Cause I'm like, dude, like, do you not understand? Like, you know, like you want to just break all the rules. No, like empathy matters.
That's just stupid.
It was in part stupid. It's young and stupid, and there's some bad coaching, unfortunately.
Do you think?
But there are companies that reward that, right, Brian?
Well,
maybe they're just not. They're just not. You know, we're just not one of those.
Do you think though that's inherent to the compensation plan of most companies in the industry now? Is it just gone?
I don't think it's I think it's the measurement as well.
Yeah.
I think it's hard to say it's just the compensation. I think it has a lot to do with the measurement. Like, okay, so think about it. You're an up and coming technology company. You've been given a ton of money by private equity. Well, they want a return for that money. And what they want you to do is deploy that money to grow.
Yeah.
It's the only reason they're giving you the money is they want to see you grow. So then they hire growth oriented folks. And if you hire the wrong ones, like you can hire there are great leaders out there who know how to be like, hey, this is high value. Let's position it as high value. We can go in. Here's where you position it. There are other people who, you know, got the job and they're a little over their skis.
Yeah.
You know, I was over my skis younger. I'm a little more on top of them now, but that they're over their skis. And so they're just like whiplash, like by any means necessary. And that will exist. By the way, I don't think that's new. I think there's always been companies that exist only by whiplash.
Yeah. And
they look for people that, you know, will work within that model.
Yeah.
Right. But you know, you imagine that I left a little bit because I didn't like that model where all that mattered was this month. That's just never going to be like, I was never okay with that. You know?
Yeah. And that ties back to your intent and, you play the long game with your clients.
That's what I was going to say. The reason you've been doing this for so long and growing and doing well is you're playing the long game. It's much different than next month or this month.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
it's more rewarding.
It's an investment.
It is.
An investment.
It is. And we tell our reps when they join us, we go, own your own business. So you own a business. We want you to invest in that business. This is how that investment pays off. And I think my most successful people have grabbed onto that. And they really, that is who they are culturally. They're long-term people. And excuse me, the more we can find long-term people that think like that, they're like, that want to grow and build, like they're going to be successful.
That makes sense. That's such a great approach.
Well, it's interesting. What I've realized is you interview all these people and you're looking for, they show you success. Like, look at my WT, look at my W2, look at this. But what you have to realize is like the way in which they are successful has to align with the way you want to be successful. Mm-hmm. That's really hard, actually.
Yeah.
And we've failed plenty of times.
Well, especially in sales tech, especially in tech, right? Because they're smart people, but they've got to fit in. And it's the big trick is to building the right teams so they become high performing teams, but they're also content or happy or get along. And there's some sense of reward, because it's easy to find smart people, but to have smart people meld together is tough.
Yeah,
is the real trick. It's
like the gold mine when you it's almost like you're the maestro. What's that for a symphony? The conductor. And when your symphony all comes together, it's like a gold mine for you in every way, not just the payback for the
I think
company,
it's a gold mine for the employees.
But
honestly,
for the employees.
Like and when I let it get off, and I say because like when it gets off the tracks, it's my responsibility.
Right.
You can see that you're like, oh, we're not nearly as aligned. I mean, that's not the right word, but like it's not as smooth.
It's interesting. It feels like I could see where you could get into a funk.
Oh yeah.
And then, so how do you deal with that? And how do you deal with it now, say compared to 10 years ago?
Well, the way I dealt with it today, since it's top of mind, is I tried to share a lot today about a little bit of what it takes in the form of courage for each person to do their job. That, the sales rep has to have courage to risk the relationship they have, okay, which is very fragile, always, right? It's like, think about how gold that relationship is. And then that person's going to trust my rep when my rep says, we can do this.
Yeah.
Right? Because I really coach more on services than anything else. Like, as long as we think services, the rest of all the product stuff happens. Yeah. You know what I mean? That's where the value really
product is easy.
It is. And there are plenty of companies that just do product. And there are some people that only value product.
Yeah, 100%.
Right?
Yeah.
Purchasing people often only value, they think of it as a SKU, but so anyway, coaching them, it was like, look, the sales rep has to have courage that the rest of us are going to do the job they promised them we would do. The solution architects have to have courage that their estimate is accurate, that they've heard the customer, they understand the needs, and they understand what this job's going to look like. And they get it from both sides, both the customer and internally. Because if I say it's 100 hours and it ends up 200, everybody's mad.
Mm-hmm.
And so they have to have a lot of courage to take that risk. And then I go, and the delivery team has to have courage, right? Because, we're going into the firefight and sometimes implementing stuff that is relatively new to market. It's like not all the playbook's been written already, that's a real thing. Like, technology hits the street, someone's got to install it the first time.
Mm-hmm.
And we have this lab, and they can practice as much as you want, but you still have to show up on game time. And I talked a little bit about my acting and all that, but I said, I talked about that courage, this fear right here, like that thing in your gut, that's a great thing. Butterflies represent that you care. That's what butterflies really like. You have butterflies because you want to do great. So you're nervous. And we talked a little bit about we really want to do great. And so what I was trying to talk about today, and I don't know if I landed it, was just that, really high performing teams are accountable to each other. And the reason they're accountable to each other is that you trust that person's going to be able to do their job, and that they're aligned, that you're trying to do yours well, and they're trying to do yours well. And we're all aligned that what we're trying to do is create a really awesome customer experience. And if we're all aligned on that, and we have that trust, then the courage becomes easier, because once you have that trust that we're all swimming in and looking out for the same thing, the courage is easy. And then everyone else can do that, and everyone can do their job with greater courage. And that's where growth comes from. And that was kind of the message today.
That's a great message. It's a great message. You're the captain of a team again.
No, it's where I belong. It really is. I am rewarded every day. Like that's what I do love, to be the captain of the team.
Yeah.
I have no problem. I played goalkeeper. My mom hated. It's really funny because my mom, said to me all the time, she's like, I really worry. I don't want you to be the goalkeeper, the pitcher, or the quarterback. I remember her talking about this. I'm like, why? She's like, because if you fail, like if you guys lose, it's all your fault.
Yeah.
I was like,
I
can handle that. I was like, I just kind of felt like, yeah, but I also can be the hero.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And
it's good
I
and
like
bad.
being the hero.
Yeah.
You know?
And it's worth the risk to you.
It is.
To be the hero. And
but it sucks.
Because
you know, as a CEO and entrepreneur, like there's definitely failures. Like you don't get them all right. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But one of your greatest talents, and you've alluded to this, is your skill at relationship building. And I just listened to you apply it again by talking to your team. You create a relationship not just with your clients, but with your team, with each one of them. You're doing that. And again, playing the long game, putting the investment into your people is, I think, probably one of the main reasons you're so successful. And it's that relationship talent you have to connect with people. It's really it's been fascinating to listen to your story and see it present itself in almost every aspect of your life.
So here's a lesson I didn't learn until the downside of relationship building was that I cared so much about the people because, like, you know, we've talked a little bit about like these lifelong relationships that I have. And so at work, I wasn't as clear because I was worried about hurting feelings. Downside, because I work with certain people. I mean, I've worked with some people for over 15 years, you know, sometimes you can't deliver, not that you can't, but like I screwed up delivering bad news or just call it constructive criticism. And one guy taught me something, you know him, but he said, I'd rather you just tell me I'm doing a bad job. And unfortunately, it was the tail end of our relationship. And I love this guy. He's superb. He was superb, but he needed change, right? But I failed him because I wasn't direct enough about where he was messing up earlier in our relationship. Like I should have been direct. Like, that's not acceptable. You're better than that. This isn't working. Instead, I was like, hey, do you think we could maybe try to, I don't know, how you feeling? All this. And I let our relationship get in the way of clearly communicating. And what I learned was to show respect to the relationship was to communicate clearly with him. And that, again, oops, you know, like, all right, write that one down in the journal.
That's great advice, though. And have boundaries.
Yeah. Like,
you know,
and many people, especially professionally, would prefer, you know, non-emotional, very important, but clear, like this isn't working right. Some people won't respond well to it, unfortunately, because it still hurts to hear that you're not doing something right.
Such a tough dynamic, man. When you're managing people and over time, personal relationships evolve, and you do care. You do care, and that's a tough one.
Yeah,
that's a tough one.
And you're like, hey, I know that you're working 12-hour days, killing yourself for us.
Yeah.
But you're doing it wrong.
Yeah.
And because you're doing it wrong, it's resulting in 12-hour days.
Yeah.
And the thing that broke my heart about that whole thing is like, I feel like it came off. I think he feels like I didn't appreciate all the blood, sweat, and tears. And like if I could tell, I mean, I have told him, like, the appreciation for the blood, sweat, and tears, unbelievable what he gave. But that hit its limit. So we had to reinvent and get better at the way we do things, because I didn't want him working 12 hours. Like, I really don't I want you home in front of your kids, and I want you at the ball game. And I give every one of my, you know, on my team knows, like, make that window for your family. Because those are finite moments. Like I won't argue. Like that's our culture. It in some respects, other cultures are like, I don't care about all that. Like, just go drive, win. No, mine is like, make sure you have that time, but get your job done.
Yeah.
At different hours, but make sure you put that priority in your life. And it was killing me to watch how hard that guy was working. And then you could see it impact his relationships with others, because, you know, when you're pushed to the limit and someone is like just created more work for you, you snap sooner or later.
It's a work. It's a
and
work.
I knew it, and I just didn't communicate clearly that we need to fix this earlier in the
Sounds
process.
like he was burning out.
A little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, like there was a point where I was burning out and I wasn't there for him either to
Right.
give him the coaching. And by the way, he just said, I'll pick up the baton, and he deserves a lot of credit for that, you know?
Yeah.
It's hard sometimes to tell people to work smarter and not harder.
Yeah.
That's a tough one.
Well, because
how do you communicate that without it coming across the wrong way? That's tough because everybody's different.
Yeah.
It's a
I don't
tough
know.
one.
You want to write a book on it because it's hard.
Yeah.
It's really hard. I think also we have to show.
What do you mean?
I think what I learned was I wish I would have said, okay, either I'm going to do it or you're going to do it, but we're going to go find outside help of someone who has done it. Because see, I knew it was wrong. I didn't necessarily know how to do it right. I knew what was right, but I didn't know how to say like, this is how we're going to fix this, this is how we're going to fix this, this is how we're going to fix it. Right. And so what's funny is after it broke down, I had to go out for external help to come fix what was broken. And I'm like, shit, man, why didn't I just go find that external help first and coach him and say, let me go find that. And I wish I would have pushed harder and been clearer. Because sometimes too, you bring in outside help and they're like, oh, you're judging me, or you're
no, that's like the landmine right there, right?
Massive landmine. And so I also realized that I have to be massively clear about the why. But you know, it's funny, right? Like I'm a solver. So I'm solving.
Yeah.
And then I've solved. And I'm like, look, I found this guy to fix this problem. And they're like, what problem?
Yeah.
And so it's one of the hardest things, Brian, is how long that journey has to be.
Mm-hmm.
You want it to be a 1 hour conversation like this, you got it. Cool.
Yeah.
We're ready to go. But it has to be like, hey, meeting 1. This is what we're seeing. And this is the result. Hey, meeting 2. I think we need to get better here, here, and here. Hey, meeting 3, would it be valuable if we could find an outsider to help us? Hey, meeting 4. Okay, let's interview a few of these guys. Okay, meeting 5. You know, like it's a journey to do it right. That level of patience is hard.
It almost
in our frenetic pace, solve right now world.
Yeah.
It's super hard to slow down.
Yeah.
But that is where the real magic, I think that's what the better leaders have figured out.
Well, I think it also almost sounds like if someone's not positioned for success, that's almost where that maybe started. I don't know the background on this one, but if they're not positioned and set up for success, then it's hard.
Yeah. And
you almost have to cut it out, stop it sooner and reposition that person.
And by the way, like, you know, there is success on this part of the journey, and then we hit something and we have to reinvent what success looks like.
Well, no,
and that's really hard. You're like, wait a minute, you told me to be a welder. I'm the best welder in the world. Now you're telling me welding isn't important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
that's tough.
That's tough, right?
That's tough,
like you just told me to do this for the last 5-8 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you thanked me along the way.
Yeah.
And you paid me well and you celebrated it. And now you're telling me I'm doing it wrong.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's not what I mean. I don't mean wrong, but it does come off as wrong.
Right.
You know, it's a fascinating thing because I think you would agree with this. One of the things I tell my folks, I'm a people manager too, and I'm constantly saying we have to reinvent ourselves. You have to reinvent yourself. Maybe you have done this to your point. You've been welding for the last 5 years. It's time to become a plumber. You can still weld, but you need to now become a plumber. And now you need to become an electrician because the market shifted, especially with AI, right? Technology's moving fast. You've got to be able to pivot and continue to reinvent yourself. If you embrace it, it's fun.
So Carly Dweck, do you know who Carly Dweck is? It Carly Dweck? I don't think that's her name. Dweck is her last name. Growth Mindset. She writes this book, Growth Mindset. Okay. You talked about it earlier, Growth Mindset.
Yeah.
Massively powerful thing that we all need to think more about, because the idea of a sort of a static mindset, right? Like this is who I am versus I'm always learning. I'm always on a journey. That helped me a lot. Like listening to this, I subscribed to masterclass. There was a masterclass. I was like, oh, look, Steve Young. This is how simple my brain is. Football player I like. Go. Right. Still a Neanderthal.
He's a smart dude too.
Smart dude, right?
Yeah.
And he tells a story about how he was at BYU and he he's like, oh, wait a minute. I'm like one of the best quarterbacks in the country, and I get to BYU and I'm number 5 on the depth chart. Like, what the hell? And he could have stayed there and said, this is who I am, blah, blah, blah. But he goes to sees Steve, not McMahon. McMahon. And he sees something about the way he throws. Right. And he looks at it and he's like, oh man. So he goes, for the next year, all I did was change and work on the way I threw to create more zip.
Mm-hmm.
And once I created that, I went from 5 to 1.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just all about like life being a massive journey, always learning, grow, always this growth mindset. And that to me, I think is, how do we instill that in people as early as possible?
Yeah.
Right.
Very true.
You have to be ready for failure.
Yeah.
Right.
And not scared of it.
No, not scared. It's part of the journey.
It is.
It's all like failure is a gift. It's part of the learning.
It's how you gauge success.
Yeah.
And also it's a motivator, and you learn, like you just said. I think so many of us Gen Xers that are in our midlife are really starting to lean into growth mindset, because as we're going to this next stage of our life, we're not going quietly. We want to continue to tackle life and get uncomfortable and grow and change. And I so wish somebody would have talked to me about growth mindset when I was 25.
Yeah.
And I think it'd be such a gift to pass on to the younger generation and help them understand you can get so much more out of life with that mindset.
It's not even optional at this point, though. There are none of those traditional jobs and roles. They're growing up in a growth mindset, I think, because technology moves fast. But in order for kids today to survive, not even thrive, but just survive, you have to continue to adapt. I feel like the world's changed enough since when we were younger. There's no, I'm going to go get a job at the Ford plant, or I'm going to become an IBM rep for 30 years and retire. Like we grew up, I remember growing up like, oh, go get a job at IBM. I don't think that exists anymore. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know.
But there's still people that are in regular jobs. Like
I think they're regular jobs.
They're regular
they don't
jobs.
They're not going to last as long.
Yeah, but I mean,
that's what I mean. Yeah,
but just what I'm saying is,
you're going to grow at some point because it's going to get disrupted.
Yeah, but I mean, there's people that get a job, and it can be even a job as like a server, right? And they can get kind of stuck into, this is who I am, this is what I'm doing. But if you have that growth mindset earlier, then you really could expand and see, where could I go in my life? So it isn't just the technical world. There's a whole nother world out there too, and it's personally too, in your personal life. Like that's how marriages can
maybe that's what I'm trying to describe
too, is you need to have that growth mindset in your marriage, in your relationship with your children. Like constantly be challenging yourself and how you think of things, and expanding. You're
touching on where I'm probably implying is, in order to have any contentness or satisfaction, you have to continue to evolve, and you have to continue, or else you will get stuck in a rut.
Yes.
And so it's not optional.
Isn't it great to have that wisdom that we have now?
Yes. Yeah. Because I never.
So I think you're both right. Like Brian's saying, like survival might depend on it.
Yeah.
In some respects, you're
mental,
saying that,
emotional, financial well-being depends on you.
Yeah.
But you know that now.
We knew it. The three of us knew it, whether we knew it or not. None of us ever settled.
Not in every aspect of our lives, I wouldn't say. And so it's something I think that needs to be at front of mind, though. And I'm just saying, if Gen Z can get that in their heads sooner than we did, they're going to be way ahead of us.
Not everyone likes learning, because the only version of learning they know is traditional learning.
Yeah.
And that didn't work for them. And so then what happens is they write off learning, because they only, like I don't like zucchini, but the truth is my wife can bake it a certain way or fry it, and I'm like, oh, that's pretty good. I could eat that. But if I've only had it broiled, and it was every time, I'm like, I'm not. So I think that's where what we are struggling with a little bit as a culture, and we're going some full circle, is college important?
Yeah.
Is that we're very standard in the way we teach still. My daughter right now is talking about this program in Madrid that she signed up for, and she was choosing which of these MBA programs she wanted, and she chose this one. I pushed her early to try to adopt some Chat GPT in her life, and she I'm like, look at this. And what if we did this on a prompt? And it really, fortunately for me, like she bit hard and she used it in a recruiting world. And like all her other peers were like, how did you get all that information for it fast? And she's like, don't know, you know, and I'm like, you're supposed to share, sweetheart. You know, she's like, yeah, I know, but they're not being that nice. So I was like, cool. I was like, I can handle that. So anyway, we were joking about it, but she chose this program that was created, this college, if you will, in Madrid, that was created by like the former head of Google in Latin America and in Spain, excuse me, and the former head of like Salesforce. Okay. And they created this technical digital first sort of curriculum. And her roommate is at the traditional MBA program. Book, lecture, read, test. This is practice. Okay, here's a scenario. Okay, this is the company we're running. Okay, how are we going to do this? And she is just like thriving. But she wasn't great at traditional learning.
Yeah.
And she just wasn't. And she's a bright, really bright girl, but not great at traditional learning. And my oldest, not great at traditional learning at all, but really kind of like has this natural leadership Pied Piper thing where she makes good street decisions all the time. She's cool as the other side of the pillow. Everyone wants to be around her. And so I'm like, she's my new challenge. I'm like, let's talk about how ChatGPT works, or let's talk about how AI in general works and how it can augment all this education that you needed, that you didn't get, that you're not going to remember because like traditional learning didn't work for you, but it's at your fingertips. Right. And hey, by the way, if you don't want to read it all, it'll talk to you. It'll feed it to you however you want to be fed. And I'm really trying to get both of them to have a positive relationship with AI, because if they don't, I do believe that someone else will learn to use it to accelerate themselves faster. But you do have to have a want to learn and a want to get better and a want to improve.
Yeah.
And that is that growth mindset.
Yeah.
Right? And I don't think we teach it.
We
I don't think we teach it. I don't even think we like really talk about it until you're later in your professional life. And actually I'm going to take that away. Like I'm going to actually just start talking about that phrase with my kids.
Yeah.
Even my 10-year-old,
you
know, like every little failure is like, what did we learn today?
Yes.
Right. Tell me something that like, I'm going to really change the way I talk to you. Like, what went really bad today?
Yeah.
What's the worst part of your day? Okay, cool. What did you learn from that?
Yeah.
Because that's what it is, right?
Yeah.
You know, the journey. It's like, what does the journey teach you?
That's so true.
You know,
and now we can augment that journey so fast.
What's interesting, our youngest had some kids over a couple weeks ago, and I was talking to this kid. It was just fascinating. Honestly, he's probably 14, 15 years old. And we were just shooting the shit about football or something. And we had a question. Question came up. He got on his phone, hopped on ChatGPT, I think it was, and was like, blah, blah. And he's like, oh, yeah, that's the answer. And it happened like 4 times. It's like, this kid's, he's kind of dialed in.
They use it though, especially that age. They use it.
Well, the problem is the formal education, kind of where you're going in some ways, they're not embracing it. They're still saying you need to read the book and you need to test. And we did it as a parent, and I'm technically interested and savvy. Our youngest had to write a paper. He's like, let me just do it in ChatGPT. And we were like, no, you can't. The teachers don't want you to.
Yeah.
But so he threw out the topic, and he's over there struggling to write it. And I'm like, hopped on ChatGPT, write me a standard, 4-paragraph paper on the following topic with these 2 main points. 30 seconds, 10 to 5 seconds later, right? It's done. He's over there writing away. But I do think you're spot on that they don't need to learn it all traditionally at all, because it's right there. It's easily askable.
Yeah.
You don't, right? It's Google on steroids.
It's like when we were going to school and they said, you're not going to have a calculator in your pocket. And we all have a calculator in our, you know what I mean? Or, telling us
there's a balance here.
No, there is a balance. There's a balance for sure. But I think that there has to be an evolution. It's like, why did we do square dancing? Why did we play the recorder? It's like, there's so many things that we did that we don't even apply now. And I think it'd be good if they could look ahead and start implementing some of this stuff instead of wasting time.
Agreed. But Brian said something, and if you remove one word, it's a totally different answer. So you said they don't need to learn traditionally, or you didn't say they don't need they're not being taught to learn. They don't need to learn traditionally. And I think the problem is but they need to learn.
Yes, absolutely.
And so the problem with ChatGPT is it gives you an answer.
Right.
Yeah.
You didn't do any thinking.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You prompted. That's some of it, but you're going to believe what it says.
Yes.
Because you haven't been taught how to learn. We did the recorder a little bit to learn how music works.
Yes.
Right? So I don't need it, but I learned how to learn in that process. So I'm in
it's
this
the learning. It's the learning.
Oh, I think that's the scariest part of ChatGPT in education. For me, it is that it's too easy for the student to get the answer. They don't have to think. And if critical thinking goes away, that's scary. Because the amount of, even if hallucinations get better and the answers get closer and blah, 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 you still have to think critically about what you're solving for, or you'll be misled.
And
because the answer, it's going to give you the answer it's being told to give you.
Yeah.
Right. And I do think that, whether it's learning what prompt engineering is, but I think the brain does need to develop a skill for learning.
The learning to exercise the learning.
Learning how to learn.
Yeah. There has to be a way to meld these two.
Since we're dissecting it. I would amend it to, you do have to learn, and you do have to have critical thinking skills. Highly, highly important. What I mean by not having to learn, I don't know if you have to learn everything, little nook and cranny about world history. No, that's a bad example because I think history is critical. But there's certain things you just don't need to know. And because it's easy to just get it, and it's easy to have it at your fingertips, but you do have to be able to connect dots.
Yeah.
And you have to have that critical thinking. You have to be able to learn how to take this bit of information and match it up with this, and then make decisions.
Yeah.
Right. But I don't know if you have to learn every little thing that you're taught in school just because that's how it's always been.
You could argue school's too long.
Yeah.
Right? They squeeze a lot in.
They do. Yeah.
They could replace a lot of traditional, to your point, it's a really tough time.
Maybe the curriculum changes.
Exactly.
Maybe that's where you're going.
And I think that's where I'm going. Hey, could you imagine if an 8-hour day is replaced with 4 hours of, we've figured out what we think we want you to learn, and 4 hours of practical critical thinking.
Yeah.
Lab.
Yeah.
Let's put it this way. You never learned science just by reading science.
Right.
Yeah.
Or at least for me.
Yeah.
My greatest growth always came in practicing science.
Yeah.
In the physics lab.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite classes because I can blow some shit
looking
up.
at shit in water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally.
Connects the dots.
The best, right?
Yeah.
And so what a wonderful opportunity to spend less time with eyes on a book and more time in practice. I would really hope our education system gets in front of that a little bit, right? Or the curriculum changes a little bit where you're like, okay, cool. Let's embrace that we can get this answer quickly out of AI. And this is how we would get it. Let's teach you how to get it.
Yeah.
However, now let's go into a lab and give you a practical scenario in which you go ebb and flow into AI for the solution, whatever that may be, right? Because the problem is traditional education is read, test.
Yeah.
Read, test, paper. Well, test and paper are easy.
Well, read, memorize.
Read, memorize.
Not necessarily learn,
memorize.
but memorize.
Right. Regurgitate.
Yeah.
Test.
100%.
Right. Write on paper. And so I can regurgitate easier now. I can do all my homework.
Yeah.
So regurgitation, it doesn't prove that I've learned it.
Yeah.
That's the interesting thing, right? At the end of the day, the test and the paper are proof. The proof that you did the work, and by doing the work, I hoped you learned.
Right.
But doing the work has become easy.
Here's an example.
So now what are you actually trying to, how do you judge?
Yeah.
Traditionally, that's how we judged whether or not someone was learning.
Yeah.
Right? We have to rethink whether or not someone got it.
Yeah.
How do you know someone got it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
How many times have you faced the challenge in your business and you're over there, your engineers are doing things, and you just hop on ChatGPT and it's like, hey, ChatGPT says do this. Why aren't you doing that? And because it's quick, right? It's quick and it's at your fingertips. It's dangerous. They're like, oh, come on, dude, shut up. Leave us alone. But that's the reality of the new dynamic for now.
For sure.
For now.
For sure. I'm trying to encourage them. It's funny. Do you make it a mandate? Do you encourage it? Do you give it an award? Like I try to lead by example. Like I'm using like, hey, let me tell you what it taught me. Let me tell you how I applied it. It's funny, right? You just never have enough time for all the good ideas you have. I think is a very real thing. But I try to encourage like, hey, what if we tried to use ChatGPT to get us 80% of the way there?
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, there's not enough time in a day. Got it. I'm really asking a lot of you. But if we could, save you 30% of your day, how much of a reward is that? And so someone posed this to me, CIO I was meeting with, and he goes, we figured out already, theoretically, how to use use AI to save 30% of your day, 40% of your day, because you put all these processes in and you're good. The question is, what do you do with the 40%? Because what we don't know is, does my employee play video games with the 40%? Or do they use the 40% to do other things?
That's a challenge for you as a business owner to say,
1000%.
I just freed up you now have 60% of your time or 40% of your time back. What are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
And you've got to figure
and I can't track it per se. I mean, I could, but I'm not, like, isn't that crazy? Like, what are you going to do with your other 40%?
So have you gotten into Agentic AI at all?
We don't have any Agentic AI running internally to solve problems. It's really funny because it's one of those pet projects where I'm like, I need to go find a guy like Brian who could go execute it for me.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have those guys, right? So I don't have a big IT department.
Have you looked into, like, have you seen Microsoft's whole concept of the frontier organization?
No, I have not. Is it
Gotta
cool?
check
really?
it out.
Okay.
Oh my God, it's nuts. It's talking about using Agentic AI to now. So today, the most common thing is, I'm going to go to ChatGPT, I'm going to write a prompt, and I'm going to get an answer.
Correct.
The next version, which they're kind of pushing, and it's really fascinating, is to now start to embed agents into your team.
Oh,
and then now make most of your team agents. Now that scares people. It's right. It's like, well, shit, I'm going to be out of a job. And the whole selling point is, no, you're going to get time back to do other things. Now we go back 2 minutes. What do you fill your time with? So it's really fascinating time.
If all your job is to provide information when people ask it, then yes, that job is going away. Like, I can get information without you.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I think just my fear on that side is, like, there's a lot of lawyers and accountants and what have you that are only 5 years out of the job force with a lot of debt, going, oh shit.
Yeah.
Okay. That part of the generation scares me. Like, and those are our kids, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Where, like, they did all this study and they did all this and they took jobs that might be easily replaceable. I haven't seen it as articulated as the Microsoft front end, the way you described it, but I've seen already in action, like, hey, I created this, like, where I went into Microsoft, I forget what the studio, and they're like, make me a bot that does this, this, and this, and connect it to the
Studio.
Yeah,
super
Copilot
powerful.
Studio.
Yeah.
Make me. I've seen that in action. I think that's powerful. And then check out this part. So we live in a zero trust world, right?
Oh yeah.
Brian and I are geeking it out. So how do you know who that bot is?
I'll tell you.
And that bot has access to what? All my HR data. So could I just ask that bot to give me, hey, can you give me Brian Barker's salary, please?
Yeah. You know what's
you know what I mean? Like, how do you secure the identity? How do you identify and secure this new agentic AI world, which is a real heck of a problem, because, like, it's really easy now in this zero trust world to say, I know who Brian is and I'm going to MFA him to death.
Yeah.
And he'll always tell me who he is because that's the way. But if he's a bot, how do I give that bot a personality?
It's fascinating. I work with a guy who's super smart, and he's always been like, I don't like to use elevated privileges. I trust myself. But now I'm developing bots, and I've got godlike powers across our ecosystem. I got to figure this out.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of touching on what you're saying. And there is that nefarious part of the agents, because they do learn. That's the whole frontier concept. They learn
they're
now
supposed
they
to
start
do.
making
Right.
decisions. Yeah,
Imagine like, hey, I've learned. I ran into a roadblock. Could you help me get around this roadblock? Sure, I'll help you get around this roadblock. But and you're like,
I'll tell you.
every now and again, you do have to go. This Terminator thing. That's
yeah,
a possibility.
no,
this Matrix thing. That's a
like
possibility.
I'll tell you one of the most
stuff.
powerful things that I've come across so far is the whole vibe coding. Right. So you go into VS Code. You can choose whether you want to use Claude, ChatGPT, Copilot, and you say, write me a script that does this. Write me a script that does that. So where I've used this, I'm not a coder by trade. I'm a noodler, but you can see my Raspberry Pis there. Now I've got it down. When we upload a YouTube video, I can go and press one button. I used to have to go, we upload the video, I create a web page and do all this shit, right? Takes me a half an hour to an hour. Now I press a button, it's done in 30 seconds. I got my web page updated, my episode page updated. It's all pushed out and it's flawless. And I'm done. I'm literally, I bet it takes me longer to log in than it does for it to run the whole script and update it all. Well, it's amazing.
He was very excited.
Well,
when that
he should be. But now, can you imagine this? Like, we just had this wonderful conversation. Yet, we could throw you could write a book. You could sit there and be like, I'm going to write this whole story.
Yeah.
And I'm going to send that over to Google's LM and say, make this a podcast.
It's happening.
And I've watched it. Like, I've literally.
Most content now, not most, but
I've
a lot of
literally done it.
content's
And
AI.
you're like, oh my God. Like, I've taken a training thing and I'm like, you know what? Like, as this example, I'd like to know more about what Office Depot is doing in X, Y, and Z, public document.
Yeah.
Put it into Google, and I'm like, hey, do this to me for a podcast. And I'll be driving and be like, hey, did you guys hear about what Office Depot is doing? Oh man, yeah, totally. Well, tell me more about it. Okay, so like, it's really cool, blah, blah, blah. And it just sounds so authentic. And you're like, oh, and by the way, I enjoyed learning it that way while I was driving versus having to read this boring document about corporate blah, blah, blah. And I was like, uh-oh. There's a couple uh-oh moments. Right?
You know, the other thing my older son's looking into is developing agents to make, say you got $1,000, you want to just play in the market. Develop an agent that you say, hey, go based on this criteria, whether it's earnings per share, whatever, right? The multiple. Go and buy these stocks. I want you to be semi-aggressive. Here's $1,000. Go grow it. And that's what trading is becoming. Right? That's been going on for a while.
100%.
Yeah.
I mean, I get
anybody
across
can do
my
it.
desk that are incredible doing, wanting to do that at, like, doing that at scale.
100%. Yeah.
I think with all of this, though, what's also going to happen is real is going to become a hot commodity, and real organic experiences and old school stuff. I think it's going to go so far one way that people are going to crave no technology and crave just face-to-face human contact, because AI is going to take over everything, that everyone's going to lose trust in what I'm listening to. Is this real or is this AI? What I'm watching, is this real or is this AI? What I'm being told, is that a real person or AI? And I think that the lack of trust is going to lead people to search out more of a human interaction.
Agree 100%.
Yeah.
I think ultimately, if you just look at in general, like, the generation after the generation always wants to do different.
Yeah.
Right? Like, oh, you guys ruined the internet. And oh, you guys ruined it. Like, so I think that the Gen Z, I'm terrible at that,
Gen Z, they're the ones in their 20s.
Okay. So I think that, they're so in social and all that, that my 10-year-old, that generation's going to fight it in a weird way. Because they're like, the old people do it this way, so we're going to do something different.
Yeah.
Right? And that, you always sort of have to fight the generation above you. You're always going to do something different.
You do.
And I think that's going to happen. Now, how it happens, I have no idea.
I don't know, because we've never had technology like this before to mess around with. But I think that it'll become something that humans want to protect. I think humans will want to protect the human experience.
Yeah.
And I think that technology is going to start to feel more like a threat than an aid at some point in certain situations. So, and before I ask my last question, do you have any more questions?
I do. It's semi-nebulous, but what does leadership mean to you?
you know, I think when I think of leadership, I think of getting others to achieve more than they thought they could achieve by bringing them together, or by not bringing, that doesn't necessarily need to be brought together, getting others to achieve more than what they think their limits are. That's what the way I define it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think that it's important that empathy and care find their way into that, because I do think the best leadership is going to come from a good place.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's how I look at it.
Yeah. And admittedly, it's a question I don't like to answer myself, because it could change not day to day, but you know what I'm saying.
I do.
You want to choose your words carefully as a true leader that you are. So you want to choose your words carefully, because it's a tough question. It's a big question.
It is.
It means different things to different people, and it means different things at different times and at different situations. So I think that's a great answer.
Yeah. This format helped me with that
Mm-hmm.
a little bit, in that connecting back to coaching, directing, being in an organization, whatever it may be. I think a lot of that is, you know, a willingness to say, I want something. We all want something. There's something out there. I'll take the lead and create safety for others, so they can get there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And push, because occasionally it's push, and occasionally it's courage to be in front, and occasionally it's the courage to be in the back. And so, to your point, I do think it changes daily.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, maybe the best answer is it's doing what is needed at the time it is needed.
Yeah.
To help others grow. Yeah. Maybe that's how I would rewrite it.
That's great. That's a great way to sum it up. I think courage is heavily involved.
Yeah.
Courage is heavily involved to be a leader.
Yeah.
And like you said, obviously to lead, but to have the courage and self-awareness and humility to know when not to.
Yeah.
And to let your people go and let give them their opportunity, and creating that space. So it's a great answer.
I have one last comment, then you can ask yours. Just going back to the whole imposter syndrome concept, I don't think you need to feel it. I think you should be proud of what you've accomplished. I've known you for, I don't know how long, 10, 12 years, something like that. I'm proud of what you've done. I'm proud of what I've seen you accomplish, and I think you can be and should be. So I don't think you can probably give yourself some grace, I guess, if you will. Don't take your foot off the pedal, because I think it's what makes you successful. But I don't think you need to feel like an imposter.
I appreciate that.
That makes sense.
It does. It does. This has been wildly beneficial to me.
Oh, good.
Yeah, because I don't talk like, you know, sort of this.
Yeah.
About these topics and subjects, and don't dive into the past as often as, you know, I might. But sometimes it, you know, every now and again, there's just a little bit of reminder out there.
You're entitled to that.
Yeah, that's
because you give it to everyone else. You're entitled to that space too, to honor yourself in your journey and to take appreciation and stock of it. You're entitled to it just as much as everyone else in your life that you love. So my last question is, where do you see yourself in 5 years?
5 years is tricky. It's because it's blurry because you know, and I think about this a decent amount. I don't have a finite date for the business. I could still be leading the business. I could have moved on to something else. The business could be part of something bigger, and I have a role within that bigger. Eventually, I think the reason 5 years is tough is because I look at it a little bit more as like, as Presley gets closer to graduating. So as she goes off to college, theoretically, I think that there will be a little bit more freedom. I'm either going to have the right people in place that give me that freedom at the business, or we will have joined someone else, and you know, there will be leaders running it in some way, shape, or form, whether they're running it in its current form or in another form. I love to work. I love to think. I love to give advice, which is hysterical. I see myself in consulting in some respect, or coaching high school football. You know, and I got a bunch of buddies that are like, "You're an idiot if you don't do some high school football coaching." Yeah. It's really funny. A lot of people are like, "You're the boss. You have you can make the time, or you can do this, you can do that." And I'm like, no, I don't really look at it that way. Like I feel like I'm the leader, and I'm going to show you that I'm going to work just as hard as you guys. And so my life has a frenetic pace today. But yeah, as Presley gets older, I'll probably have grandkids in 2 different countries, and you know, I'm going to need some flexibility at some point to make sure I keep this family together, you know, and that matters to me. Yeah. Matters to me a lot. My wife's grandmother, Gammer, had a license plate. It was like 23 and all. And she was just like, you talk about the matriarch. Okay. She's the wife of a 4-star general.
Wow. And
she just has a matriarch vibe. And I tell Jody all the time, I'm like, I got to make you Gammer. Because then you think like the legacy of the unit stays in some way. And she really, like, that's a big thing for her. You know, she wants that. She wants to be Gammer. And I'm like, we can make that happen, because then I can sleep well at night knowing generations of our family will stay together. Right? Like that's the desire.
You're passing that on.
I'm trying to.
Yeah, you're passing that on. I think that's the 3rd or 4th time you've talked about coaching high school football.
Yeah, so I know, it's kind of funny, right?
I think that's something that
I got to be near it. I got to do something.
You're manifesting it.
Yeah, and I think I got to be young people need as much help as they can get.
Yeah, for sure.
And coaching high school football is not It's not about coaching high school football.
Right.
It's about sitting on the side. It's about developing a young man, or you know.
And you know that because you had that experience. So
it made me who I am. So I need to
coming full circle.
To make it full circle in some way, shape, or form.
You should start with like a flag football team. Young little kids.
I've already coached, actually. Like I coached my niece's soccer team here in Boca. It was one of the most wonderful experiences. Just watching those girls. We won a championship.
Was it Team Boca? Travel?
It wasn't the travel. It was the Optimist one.
Saber.
Yeah. I won the McCormick Cup or whatever that was.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, whatever that thing is.
Our daughter played that. Yeah. I can't remember the exact name, but her team won it once, and she had a shirt or something.
My cousin's husband got me involved. He's like, I need help.
Yeah.
And then he ended up like, you just coach it. And like, Nina and I, it was so wonderful.
That's awesome.
I've coached forever with my oldest, Nathan. And I'm like, I got to stop. So him and my Dylan and Nathan both coach. They coach a basketball team.
Yeah, we've always been doing that. But well, I think that's a great vision, and I can't wait to hear from Brian as the years go on, where you are and what you're doing, and when you become a grandpa.
Yeah,
are you going to be called grandpa? Have you decided?
I have not. I choose not to have that conversation in any way, shape, or form. I turn 50 next year, and
that's a big one. That's a big one. Wow.
I still think I'm 35. So,
don't we all?
It's all downhill.
So
don't we all?
We won't use that word grandpa at all. I am cool dad.
Well, I mean, I don't think I think GenX has made being a grandparent the coolest ever. So, because we all are just living our lives and look as cool as we are, but we just happen to be grandparents. So that's how it goes. But Greg, thank you so much for sharing your story and your wisdom and your advice. I know there's so many listeners that this is going to resonate with, and they've learned things from you. I mean, some of the knowledge you've imparted is just invaluable. So thank you for all of that. And again, for being so open and trusting us with your story. We've really enjoyed it.
You're welcome, but thank you guys. This has been absolutely fantastic. I'm so glad Brian asked me to do it.
Yeah, very cool.
Really it's been great.
You said yes.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. And again, I'm just watching your journey and how it all has tied together and led you to where you are. It's a puzzle that just makes perfect sense. And I know the next 5-10 years are going to go that way for you. No, even if there's ups and downs, it's all going to fit. So I'm excited. I'm excited to, and I know you two are going to stay in touch.
Yes, for sure.
Relationship building here.
Totally.
This relationship is solid.
Well, we've had, he's, like I said, 75% BSing about random things, 25% work.
Yeah. Like I said, when you come to town and I hear he's going to lunch, I'm like, good, I get like 3 or 4 hours to myself.
Well, I will say this, like, he doesn't go to lunch. So the fact that he goes to lunch with me makes me feel pretty good.
Let me tell you something. He doesn't go to lunch.
He's not a meeting guy. He's
like,
I don't like people.
I have a very short list.
Yes, and you're on it.
You and JD are on it.
Yeah, absolutely. He says no to everything. So, but again, thank you so much. And for our listeners, we welcome any comments or questions. And I do want to just say your company one more time.
Sure, it's Greyson Technologies.
Greyson Technologies.
In Fort Lauderdale, Florida, with offices all throughout the state.
So anyone's interested in Greyson Technologies.
Vouch as well.
Yes.
That's how we've known each other for so long. Very satisfied, I guess, customer, evolved into friendship, and they kill it. I hate to put you out there too much because I don't want it to,
By the way, he's not alone in that statement. They're like, I don't really want to give you a referral because I don't want to not have you when I need you. And I'm like, that's not how it works. Trust me. You gotta just trust that we know what we're doing.
And it isn't how it works because I've seen you guys grow. I've seen you guys scale. I've seen you guys just kill it. So
everyone needs, it's ebbs and flows. Like there are times of the year or of multi-years where you're like, I just kind of don't need what you have right now because your journey doesn't need it at that time. Your company's technical journey. And so that's what's cool. Like someone joked, like if we do our jobs really, really well, you don't need us that much. That's the reality.
Yeah.
If we're really good and we do what we're supposed to do, you'll keep us around, but you don't always need us. And that's our kind of,
I do think when you were talking about the courage to, go out and sell, the courage to deliver, I would, you guys are a trusted advisor to myself and my teams, and it's just huge. And I think it's a huge thing in the marketplace. So you're not just bullshitting here. You're walking the walk, I guess, right? And it's a great thing you've built. It's cool.
It's authentic. So
it's authentic.
It is.
It is. So again, Greyson Technologies, I'll say it one more time, but that's it. And as always, listeners, if you have any comments or questions for Brian and I, please feel free to leave them, and we will see you next time. Bye.